Good morning, beautiful people, and welcome to day 2 of the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Research in Indaba. In the interests of time, we would obviously like to get started, so if I could maybe ask the speakers for this session to make their way to the stage. So, it doesn't really matter who I am. What's more important is what we represent here. We stand here on the shoulders of all the women who came before us and alongside our siblings in the struggle to end gender-based violence and femicide in our lifetime. For those of you who are interested, my name is Candice Ludick, and I represent End GBVF Collective. So End GBVF Collective is the national multi-sectoral collaboration structure, and we're working on implementing the NSP through mutual cooperation across sectors. So in the space that I represent, we work with government, civil society, the private sector, academia, trade unions, and the idea is to have a common understanding and a common approach to implementing the NSP. So we're currently 3 years in to NSP implementation, and I'm really excited about the session we're about to have. Our keynote speaker this morning is Sikolile Qobo from CGE. She's the Western Cape Provincial Manager, and I believe she'll be joining us on stage shortly. The title of this session is Multi-Sectoral Partnerships and Collaborations to Enhance the Response to Social, Political, Economic Consequences of Gender Inequality in GBV. So Sikolile will be speaking about accountability, coordination, and leadership in the higher education sector. Then adjunct Professor Engel Hills did research with Professor Hilde Ibsen, and they'll be speaking about insights from community-based research in higher education. And then Advocate Lizelle Africa from the NPA, SOCA, will be speaking about GBV reporting protocol and training approaches to enhance the implementation of GBV policy. And then Nonkosi Tolwana and Kuselwa Maraya from CPUT will be speaking about localizing the NSP in higher education. So they will be sharing some insights from their case study on the subject. I'm not going to recap what happened yesterday, but what I am going to share is just that it's never been about men versus women. It's always been about all of us versus the patriarchy. There is a system of oppression that has given rise to the conditions we find ourselves suffering under. And that system has a name. It's white heteronormative patriarchal capitalism. We know what we are dealing with. And it's really important that we come together to advance the NSP. Over to you, Sikolile. Thank you, everyone.
Mrs. NSP. Good morning. I will need to find my presentation while I'm greeting everyone. And Candice is my comrade. I don't know if, yeah, there it is. So Candice is my comrade. And I don't know if Nonkosi wanted to make sure that we are comfortable. That's why she put us in the same session. Thank you for your kindness. So this morning I've been asked to speak about not gender-based violence. I've been asked to speak about gender-based violence, and I added femicide because for me, I can't leave femicide behind. I wouldn't be doing justice if I don't give you a bit of an advert about where I come from. I come from the Commission for Gender Equality, and we have a big mandate that is broad and wide and very ambitious. It's just an audacious goal that we try to follow every day. I will tell you a bit about that. Then I will also then go into the NSP. I thought I can't just jump into accountability, leadership, and coordination without taking you on a just short ride on the journey so far and also the roadmap, the broader roadmap of the NSP and GBV. And then I will then locate accountability and leadership in higher education. And because I'm not sure of everyone who is here, what do they do in higher education, I'm also going to offer 2 or 3 techniques and tools that I think are very important when you are going to be being accountable, coordinating, and being in leadership in higher education and trying to intervene in terms of gender-based violence. What I see here is not what you see there. That's why I keep on doing this, or maybe, I don't know. Why is it not going together? Like I'm on this slide, but I'm still seeing slide, oh, now it looks like it's the same. So, CGE, we have this very big, ambitious vision of a society free from all forms of gender oppression and inequality. And of lately, we have been realizing every year that it is a very big one. And when you listen to research, they tell us that anyway, our contribution will be achieved in more than 300 years. And then you hoy COVID in there, you're like, oh, shame. Do we just give up or do we continue? So it's a big ambition, but it's an ambition that we can't carry on our own. I believe that CGE is just a symbolism, but most of the work is done through stakeholders and partners that are out there. And we do all this through promote, protect, monitor, and evaluate gender equality through research, public education, policy development, legislative initiative, and litigation. And our past interactions, particularly with CPUT, has been around public education and a bit of research, that's mostly. But generally, our relationship with higher education is more focused on our legal work, where we are actually looking at institutions of higher learning, actually gender transformative spaces, how are they handling issues of employment equity, diversity and inclusion, and also issues of sexual harassment, because that's very high as well in institutions of higher learning. So that's basically our relationship with, with institutions of higher learning. I'm not going to go through the mandate as it is. I don't know, like, can someone help me? Okay. I'm not going to go through the mandate as it is, because I'm also mindful of my time, but when I say our relationship with institutions of higher learning really has been, it has been around number D. Is someone else moving this? I had prayed this morning that this thing happened properly, so I don't know. But I just wanted to say that for us, our relationship really has been around investigating and resolving conflicts and complaints. So sometimes we get complaints from higher institutions of learning where maybe a lecturer or a student will tell us this is what is happening. But sometimes nothing is happening. We saw it on media and we're like, okay, let's go investigate. Sometimes it's not that, it's just that we have decided that, no, universities are actually a reflection of what happens in society. So let's go check there whether that is really true. So that is how our relationship has been with institutions of higher learning. However, I want to then go ahead and do a bit of disclaimers before I start talking. Candice, I need you now to help me with this one, because I don't
know why it's not doing that.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
So my first reflection is actually on what Minister Blade Nzimande said in 2019, where he said we should see institutions of higher learning as concepts, as a concept of national assets. So when we see CPUT, UCT, UWC, and all other institutions, he was saying we should look at them as national assets. So, and I want you to listen to what I'm saying with that in mind, that when we speak about higher education, we are actually talking about national assets. So if you are then, it doesn't go together.
Where is it? Where is it here? Can you show me?
It's here, they opened it here.
I want to close that one.
This one. I had sent it by email. Okay, thank you. So the first thing that I want us to listen to when I'm talking is the concept that Minister Blade Nzimande had talked about in 2019 when he said institutions of higher learning are actually national assets. And then in that, I want us to then figure ourselves in either as people who are accountable in the institutions or yes, or people who are in leadership or people who are entrusted with coordination. Because what then becomes important is that how do you then, how do you then make sure that an asset is something that even auditors will come and look if you still keep it. An asset is something that you will even want to insure. An asset is something that you really want to store where no one will just get their hands over it. So if we are looking at institutions of higher, I'm sorry, I will use what is easy for me, which is institutions of higher learning, but I still mean higher education when I say that. And for me, this really sat with me because it means whatever we do, we are actually aware that we are actually holding something that is very delicate, something that is of value. So how do we then hold that while we do all these other responsibilities? And what I also like here is that he then goes on and speaks about transformation at our university. So he takes ownership of universities. He says, transformation at our universities needed to address racial, class, and gender issues, social justice issues, poverty, inequality, and violence. And then he says, the latter, he noted, was a manifestation of economic and social distress of all the country and the region. And the fact that we understand that there is an emphasis on violence at that level of a minister, I guess we all need to then say, so what becomes our role, our accountability, what becomes our leadership, and what becomes of our coordination thereof. But before I go any further, I want to do this disclaimer. So in my presentation, I'll be referencing some of the work that we've done as the CGE, because since 2014, we've actually been doing what we call gender transformation investigations and hearings in higher education. So a bit of what I'll be saying is reflections and learning from those processes. So I just want to say that. So if you hear a name of a university, don't say, but I've never seen a paper that you've published on that university. I'm using what the CGE has already as knowledge in our possession. And then the second disclaimer that I want to put across, it's this, and I will read it. Young women are under the threat of gender-based violence while attending colleges and universities. Female students fall directly under this 10% and run the risk of experiencing sexual violence and other forms of GBV while on campus and often at the hands of their male peers. And this is something I extracted from MRC for 2022. They said this in 2022. But for me, someone who left university 22 years ago, it was there. Just that no one was writing it down. No one was actually saying anything about it because back then, it was like a norm. You went to inquiry and came back late and your partner is not happy with you, they will show the rest of campus what they do with you. You decided, no, you don't like this guy now, you like that one. This one will show you that you're not supposed to like that one, you're supposed to just like him only. No one recorded those things. So for me, it's about how we have normalized this over even 2 centuries, in my own experience. 22 years ago, this was just normal. This is how it was. You'll even say to your friend, but what are you going to tell Sbu now that you like Simpiu? It will be a discussion. Are you not scared he's going to beat you up? And I even have a friend up to today, she's living with HIV because the boyfriend said, what? Before you go, let me give you umpago, a bad course. And he raped her, and she's living with HIV to date. And it was part of those 10% that then was not recorded. So I couldn't just jump into coordination, leadership, and coordination without taking you on this small road. So we have prioritized GBV in South Africa, GBVF in South Africa, because for a very long time we had normalized it. Like I said my second disclaimer. But there came people in 2018 who said, we can no longer normalize this abnormal situation. We are going to do something about it. And most of you sitting here were probably part of it. Total shutdown, 1st of August 2018. And since then, GBVF has become one of the priority items that we speak about, do something about, and even go as far as even hosting conferences where it is actually the main priority that we are actually talking about. And I'm not going to tell you the whole story, but we are now at a point where we have an NSP that has all those pillars, accountability, coordination and leadership, pillar 1, pillar 2, prevention and rebuilding social cohesion, pillar 3 is justice and safety and protection, pillar 4 on response care and healing, pillar 5 on economic power, and number 6, pillar 6 on research and information and management. And when I was I was writing about accountability, coordination and leadership, I said to myself, one of the resolutions from the previous 2022 summit on GBV was pillar 1, which is accountability, coordination and leadership, is actually going to be cross-cutting throughout all those pillars, including pillar 6, which is research. So when I then speak about what then becomes the role of someone coordinating, leading and accounting within an institution of higher learning, I'm actually talking throughout those pillars. I'm not just saying for pillar 1, this is what needs to happen, but I'm just saying it cuts through across. So I just wanted to contextualize the reason, the rationale of what I am going to be talking about. That's why I thought I should give you this slide. And then secondly, we like to say GBVF is everyone's responsibility. But I actually like us to say it's everyone's responsibility and start naming who are those people. Because if we say it's everyone's responsibility, then someone is going to say, I'm not everyone. So that's why for me it's important to say it's the society, it's the community, it's me as an individual, it's my family and the families of others around me, it's children, it's in relationships. Because that is where we see the manifestation of various forms of gender-based violence and femicide. So here we come to the topic then. And this is something, I don't know, I need to find who started this phrase. Universities are microcosms of society, and the societal cultures always find expression on university campuses. I've heard everyone using it, so now I took the privilege to just use it and don't say who said it. And if you guys know who said it, please, let's give credit where it's due, because I find it in multiple publications, but no one cites it, yet it's such a real reflection, a real observation that there is no line that you can draw between someone coming from a community now entering a university. So they enter as whole as they are, as who they are. So why do we then, if we say society has social ills, and then we think when I enter CPUT gate, I'm going to leave them by the door, and then come be myself in the afternoon, carry my social ills back to where I came from. So then that's where it starts. The accountability is not when I enter CPUT, but the accountability starts when I leave my family as an individual, leave my society, my community, and come into this new community of higher education. We also like to say universities in South Africa are known to be widely disparate, and largely because of the legacy of apartheid. But what is important is that you find the same behaviors irrespective of where the university is. For example, we have UWC, we have CPUT, we have Stellenbosch, we have UCT. All these universities have issues on GBV. All these universities have issues around institutional culture. And even if you were to say, no, it's because this one was a privileged one and this one was a disadvantaged one in apartheid, the issue is it's human beings. So how do you then, if you are there as someone who is tasked to coordinate, do you take that into your mind that I'm actually not dealing with sanitized individuals here, I'm actually dealing with the real McCoy. So let me not say, oh, but this program is for UCT, therefore we're going to do it that way. And then you're like, oh, no, this program is for CPUT, therefore we're going to do it that way. You will take that context in, but you will also understand that it's possible to have a student from Khayelitsha coming to CPUT and a student from Khayelitsha going to UCT, Stellenbosch, and UWC. So acknowledging the various backgrounds and not playing on the assumption that because we have a gatekeeping system of class and wealth, therefore these gates are actually bulletproof or proofed for entry of particular individuals, because that has really played out for a very long time, where students will raise particular types of violences that they are experiencing in campus, and someone will be like, who will do that in this institution? Like, what type of a question is that? Are you saying that person shouldn't be here because somehow in the application form you were able to vet them that they will never have such a behavior? So how do you take your own unconscious bias and use it to segment what happens within an institution? So for me, that becomes very important. And David's 2019 really speaks a lot around how some of the, what becomes the unintentional situations where institutional culture cultivates and enables GBV. And sometimes that's just silencing and ignoring, to say, no, those things will never happen at CPUT. How do you know they will never happen at CPUT? How have you vetted everyone within CPUT that they will never do such things? And you're holding on the legacy of your university. I've heard universities say, We don't want this to be seen on media. Can you try and mediate and resolve it? Hush, hush. It's not about the resolving or ensuring that there's peace in the institution, but it's about we don't want parents to know that they pay for their children to be violated in our institution. Make sure it doesn't get to media. So do you see where that is skewed? Because then as a leader and a coordinator and someone who is given the authority and the time to lead and protect those children in that university, how do you prioritize your brand and your income as a university over lives of students? These are the things that have come to us as the Commission for Gender Equality, where we are asked nicely to just hush this one. And for me, it speaks again to institutional norms and how these continue as well to influence how policies on gender equality are framed, and also how GBV is perceived and how institutions respond to this violence. And that is well, are you saying I'm out of time? No. Yeah. And then for me, accountability at the highest level in institutions of higher learning will be in the VC's office. I will not say how, but it must be in the VC's office, because that is the person that says what goes and what doesn't. But from a leadership perspective, I also believe that it should be the council, executive management, student leadership, and the whole higher education institution community. Because remember that slide where I show you that it starts with an individual, family, community, society, relations, and everything else. And we cannot then say leadership when things go wrong and then say inclusive leadership when things go right. It should be inclusive leadership all the time. As students, we tend to, when things go right with us as students, we will praise SRC leadership. But when things go wrong with us as student, we'll then go and insult and humiliate VC, council, and everyone else. But when it comes to GBV, I think that we should start a chain there that is unbreakable. Because whether I sit as a student or sit as a staff member, the fact of the matter is GBV knows no boundaries. So I will be affected anyway. So that's why I don't understand when we start thinking that we can have structures within higher institutions of learning that are not multi-sectoral, that are not representational of all levels in the university, because GBV and femicide, it's like drinking water. You don't know when you're going to drink water, but that urge to drink water will happen. And it happened to all of us. So GBV is like that. You don't know when it will happen and how it will happen. And if you don't have a circle of people who support and believe you are not going to go any further. We've had instances where we have to investigate sex for marks. And if students and lecturers were actually all binding together under the leadership of GBF, no one will be asking anyone for sex for marks, because already we know it's one of the no-nos. It's in those things that we say no tolerance. You know, when we have those things where we say cross over this, cross over this. So that's why for me the leadership is actually family from an individual and a collective perspective. It plays out for prevention. It also plays out for care and support. It also plays out just to ensure that we build a culture that says we don't tolerate any form of violence. We don't tolerate any form of discrimination. It goes even further and it comes from them. And then The third one is building and bolstering a multi-sectoral, coordinated, collaborative, and quick response. I want to actually start by congratulating CPUT for actually looking beyond campus when it came to the coordinated services or the intervention in terms of GBV. I am very impressed with what I've been hearing and seeing, because they understand that it's multi-sectoral. It can't be because now you want to fly a flag for CPUT. You have to fly a flag for CPUT, but acknowledge that other things are beyond your control and your means. You therefore need other multi-stakeholders to come in. And then the last one here is optimally harnessing multi-stakeholder resources and funding to complement the commitment. So in 2018, I don't know how many of you attended a statement of commitment, a statement of this, when after the summit, people were committing and committing and committing. Actually, I want to ask you, one of the researchers around, to actually track the commitments from 2018 in terms of GPV to date. Look at how it was resourced, and look at how it was funded, and tell us where it has led us to. Because like 2019, I don't know how many statement events I had to dress up for, because now people were committing themselves. So for me, commitment is the first step, but what we need to see is then what comes as fruits of that commitment. And I then want to just give the first solution or strategy for consideration that I have seen working in my life, in the work that I do, and I call it the value ladder. So this is where we acknowledge that there's gender-based violence and there's femicide. We also acknowledge that we need to be accountable, we need to have a coordination of some sort, and we also want to have leadership of some sort. But the first thing for me is that all those things must be intentional. So you shouldn't be doing it because you want to tick a box, but you must be doing it because you know why you're doing them. And if you are ticking a box, I will put you as under the charitable phase, where you just have to have something to report about, because you know that Spino there is going to be sending emails and asking higher education institutions, what have you done for GPV? And then you say, we hosted International Women's Day, we hosted 16 days of activism, we hosted Women's Month. And then charity, 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 charity. There was no intention there. You just wanted to talk about it. And then there's a second space where you do charity, but we are now very intentional in terms of the forms. And I've seen quite a lot of those forms within the system, where there's this, there's this, there's this. And when I was still a student, I learned maths. So when you start ticking those things, there was that thing that had 3 things where it was a therefore. So in the compliance phase, I have not seen the therefore. So you comply, but there's no way where you are asked therefore. So what? You've complied, so what? So I will say then the compliance phase again for me doesn't make it, because we comply, but no one asks us, so what? You have complied, so what? Then the last one for me, it's where all of us should be aspiring to be at, where we do things beyond compliance, where we know the value of having a zero tolerance environment in terms of gender-based violence and femicide, where we know the value of being intentional in our accountability, coordination, and leadership. So that is the first tool that I would like to leave with you. The second one, actually, it's even mentioned in the NSP GBV. If you read it, it's actually the grounding of the NSP, in fact. It's the issues of intersectionality. And I wanted to be clever here, because I wanted to bring back the statement by Minister Blade Nzimande, because at the bottom of his statement, he actually starts naming some of the intersectionalities and how then those intersectionalities actually are the lens that we should be using when we are given the opportunity to look after national assets. And this wheel of privilege and power actually places it very well. So those intersectionalities, if you start, read one line, pick gender, pick citizenship, pick skin color, and then see how, if you are closer to power, who you are, and see how when we are far back from power and you fall with the marginalized and who you are. And as a leader in an institution of higher learning, this is what should be your roadmap. You should actually understand that you are dealing with a mix of everything. But in dealing with the mix of everything, you should acknowledge that you will have to use different ways of ensuring that everyone is leveling out in the right way. Where there's no one who feels excluded, where there's no one who feels marginalized, but everyone feel as if they belong, and you make sure that the strategies that you do are really gearing towards people to belong. So that's the second one that I would like to leave with you. And then in conclusion, I just want to say the increasing prevalence of GBV in higher education is a concern. It is also important to investigate underlying challenges in the curricula, institutional cultures, the management and governance of the higher institutions. And I've spoken a bit about that, how those things actually are part and parcel of leadership, accountability, and even coordination. And yesterday I started hearing a bit around how some of these areas are being addressed in terms of being researched and also in terms of being made as priorities. But it is also very evident that GBV should become an important area of research and discourse in higher education, much as decolonization and also the alienation of students from the spaces and the cultures of higher education institutions. And oh, okay. So, and in closing, I just want to say it is evident that GBV should become an important area of research and discourse in higher education. And as much as we have prioritized decolonization, I think we should be prioritizing GBV. And we should also be prioritizing the alienation of students from the spaces and the cultures of higher education. If you look at that wheel, you cannot expect someone who matriculated at, I'll use schools from my village that I know, from Enjoloba, for example, and I think it's a lower quintile compared to Howick High. So you can never use the same yardstick to integrate that student into a university. Those yardsticks should be different. And this, for me, even goes as far as how we look at the results and all those things, and also how we even accompany students. Because you find someone who came in straight A's, but they dwindle down throughout their years at university. And then when you go home, but hey, when I used to be Isklengwe, so Isklengwe is someone who's very clever. But we don't see most, you're not graduating. But it's because that student has come to a totally alienated environment where they don't even see how they ended up here. Actually, they've even forgotten why they are here. Because all these things are new, bright and colorful. And we use the same yardstick to say, no, the student has NFS, they will stay somewhere, But some of them have never even had to manage 100 rand. And have never even managed to, so for me, these are the things that are real. So when then the drivers of GBVF start entering their lives, they won't even recognize because no one is accompanying them, no one is mentoring them. We are just hoping next day we'll see them in class. So for me, the wheel of privilege and power is very important as an entry for coordination of any interventions in institutions of higher learning. In fact, in any organization, I shouldn't say just institutions of higher learning. At the end, I want to congratulate CPUT for hosting this research in Indaba on GBV in higher education. I think really you've done yourselves very well. Thank you.
Thanks, Siklalile. Is Adjunct Professor Engel Hills in the house? So you're up next, ma'am. So Siklalile, thank you so much just for contextualizing, and I'd like to just emphasize something that you touched on, and that is about femicide being the apex of the pyramid of rape culture. We're not dealing with cultural issues here. We're dealing with an all-pervasive issue. Rape culture touches all of us, and that is what we need to address. On that note, over to you,
Morning, everybody. Can I just ask, I will use that, if my PowerPoint is loaded, or if I should put it on from here. You want it on from my stick. Sorry, I did send it in, so it's a bit surprising, but that's okay. We will do as we need to do. So I think that one must be closed down, surely. Don't know. Okay. Right, let's have a look. I sure hope it's on here. I checked. Yes, there we go. There we go. Thank you. And then I can just run it from the laptop. Sounds simple. Thank you. Learned from the first speaker. We'll get that sorted before I even start. So let me see. That's interesting. It's not going. So the arrows don't work. What does work? Yeah? Ah, got it. Lots of arrows on this laptop. So again, good morning, everybody, and it's lovely to be with you. I really appreciate the context of the first presentation that puts it really at the level that it belongs, and what a wonderful organization and the work that you're doing. So thank you for that. I am coming at it from a slightly different angle. I come to you as a researcher, and the research that Prof. Hilde Ibsen from Karlstadt University and myself did, in fact, are still busy with it. We'll carry to the end of this year, and we've already been at it for 4 years, so it's a long-term project, was in a community in the South Cape Peninsula, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. It's wider research than gender-based violence, but it has messages that I think are worth listening to for gender-based violence in higher education. And I sit here at CPUT as an adjunct professor. I was formerly in the Faculty of Health and Wellness Sciences. I'm still linked to that faculty as an adjunct professor, also to the Professional Education Research Institute, and then also to AMBI, our Oxidative Stress Institute. So my research and student supervision is wide across a platform of interdisciplinary research, but I have to say the heart of me is in my community-based research. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the project, and I know that I only have 15 minutes. The project's called Internationalization for Knowledge Partnership and Social Transformation. So we were looking at social transformation essentially within a community. Coming from the Faculty of Health and Wellness Sciences, it revolved a lot around social determinants of health. And of course, violence comes into that. Violence broadly, but of course, gender-based violence. And so I do believe I can provide some insights. The theoretical framing of the study drew very much on an ethnographic approach. We went into the community. We became part of the community before we set up the proposal and all the study as it was. So it was really living knowledge and narratives. And I think stories is something that South Africa needs more of. We need to tell our stories in so many ways. I think, I sit from my upbringing and environment as growing up in South Africa, but then what a privilege to have come into Pentec and CPUT as an academic, worked at Groote Hospital for many years. So a little bit of a broader education, thank goodness, than my original roots. But still, I have stories, but I want to listen to stories. We did co-creation of knowledge. It was really important that we acknowledge that the knowledge rests with the community. And we come in as the academics and the researchers to lift that knowledge into an academic space and possibly to make it public and to bring awareness, but we don't own that knowledge. And so we did very much co-creation of knowledge. We have written papers with people in the community, been to conferences with them as co-presenters, and I've even had the real pleasure of traveling with our research assistant from the community to Sweden last year, almost exactly a year ago, and co-presenting at a workshop at Karlstad University with Sophia from the community. So a lot of participatory action research, we did interventions as well, and ultimately what we've learned through this is that for us as researchers, we want socially negotiated knowledge, and I think these are the messages that I would say to us as CPUT as we go forward building knowledge in gender-based violence. We need social meaning making with an interpretive stance. I think we need the ethics of listening, lots of listening, and to be patient, respectful, and have a non-directive approach. The lenses we put on our analysis, we started with a proposal that looked at responses to violence, that in fact transitioned into looking at resilience. And the most recent paper that we've written is that we're actually understanding the response to violence in our particular community, in fact, as resistance, and even as everyday resistance. Women cleaning their houses as a way of actually resisting, and of course, much stronger resistance of protests and so on. I did, in the abstract, say I would speak to legitimation code theory. It was one of the theories that we used in the analysis. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I do feel I need to say something since I put it in the abstract. But what LCT is for, it comes out of the education context, and it's used to analyze practices within education. It has different dimensions, and one of them is autonomy dimension. And what autonomy dimension does is looks at social practices, and you can see social practices might be in the classroom, but they could also be GBV, they could also be a student-centered environment, and EFAR, our Emergency First Aid Responder course, which we did as an education intervention within our community, and it raises the question, how much are our students capacitated with first aid? Because that's, for me as a health science professional, one of the first steps is that. So that's the social practice, and then it's put with alongside positional autonomy and relational autonomy. So if positional autonomy goes on the y-axis, relational autonomy on the x-axis, we could then explore the links and the patterns of conversations that are related to be between, for instance, the insulations between higher education and GBV. What stops us finding solutions? What are those insulations? What are the barriers as constituents of positional autonomy? And then maybe how these constituents are related. What is the relationship between higher education and GBV? And I think the first speaker spoke to that really well. So we traveled a journey, and I think for me the message to bring is that there is a history, and that also came through so clearly. I have more and more come to the realization that the community we were working in, and I have to say much of South Africa, and myself included, live in a state of permanent crisis. I wrote a paper calling it chronic crisis as a health sort of directive, but there's a word now that's come out through researchers of permanent crisis, and we grow up. There's always crisis. And so we live with that, and then there's crisis on top of crisis on top of crisis. So if that's our history, what is our present? Well, we have responses to this crisis. They're emotional responses that come out, and we saw them in the community as private emotional responses and very public emotional responses. Prayer was a big thing in the context. Action, certainly action was taken, and protests. So those are the responses, but there's resilience. I think as South Africans, we are remarkable, and the community that I work in faces all the challenges that one could possibly put on the table, and yet every day they get up and they get on with what needs to be done. I just think that's an incredible message for us. And then there's the resistance. And we do need to resist. This is part of resisting what we're doing in these 2 days. And resistance theory is actually a fabulous theory now that I've come up and sort of seen it as an academic. I'm excited by it because I think it does a lot for us as South Africans to speak to our context and to speak to GBV then in this case through a resistance lens. But they're also futures. And I think that something that came up so clearly is that we learn negative behavior from the examples at a young age. So our young children see violence, they normalize it, yes, but they learn it. Our young boys learn violence. So I don't want to put as sort of perpetrator, even the word is a negative word. The behavior is horrendous. But what do we do about the person inside that behavior, and how do we manage that and help that? Because I do believe that we can change the future. So some of the key lessons that came from the community in the South Peninsula. Firstly, I think violence is it's a national issue, it's a global issue, but it's very much contextual and local in terms of responses. So CPUT is a community. And so we need to see our context with us as a community. Our context is fluid and changing. And of course, COVID-19 gave us yet another big change. And we saw huge increases in domestic violence across the world, across the country, and across the community I was in. And we don't know at CPUT because we haven't actually perhaps asked the questions about that. So we need more research and we need to understand it. I think another message that we learned was that we're embedded in our experiences. We are embedded in our experiences. So do we research and understand our experiences, and do we listen? I think being a friend and listener is the biggest thing I learned as a researcher. Reducing that power differential between researcher and participant, and really, in the end, becoming friends. And so we tell the story, Hilda and myself, that when we went in there, we were two professors, one from Sweden and one from South Africa, from CPUT, and that's how we were received. We quite quickly became first name terms, so it was Penelope and Hilda, and we, as we grew, friends. And then now, as we go in there, we're the aunties. And so that's the kind of shift, and it's a very comfortable shift, but that's how we need to be for if we want to see change, I think, and if we want to really learn about people's experiences, because we need to build trust to do that. So what will help our students to resist, to change, to care, to be prepared, to build resilience, and to create safety? I think partly an ethics of care, and I'll go through this quickly. I think we need to be attentive, first of all, and we need to become aware of the need. And today is part of that, but we need to become more attentive. we need to actually listen to more of our students who are in this. Then we must take responsibility and respond and take care of that need. And that needs resources, it needs real commitment, also came through very strongly in the first presentation. We need competence to do it successfully. And if we don't have that competence, we need where to find that competence and actually build teams because competence seldom is in one individual or even in one group. So we need to find that competence within us or bring in others. And then responsiveness, which I like in the ethics of care. This sort of principle of ethics comes out through the feminist movement, essentially. And the responsiveness to the position of others is that we also receive caring. As we care, so we receive caring as well. So a community needs to be intentional to find solutions. I think we need situated learning for relevant knowledge, and I think we need lots of reflection for learning. So we need to observe and think about feelings and interactions. We need to then reflect, deeply reflect, so that we can plan and identify very clear goals and where we're going and chip away at it. There's always the big goal and the big vision, but that big vision is often, it's impossible to get there in one step, and so we never get any closer. So what do? We set the goals and we chip away at it and we get closer and closer through action. And so my concluding remarks, you'll be pleased I am going to finish within the 15 minutes, are that as we endeavour to turn the tide against GBV, and I like the addition of F, I will do that in future for sure, because I feel strongly about the femicide as well. We need to ask some questions. How can constituents respond? I mean, how is it appropriate for us to respond and to be strengthened so that we can support those whose human rights have been violated? So how do each of us respond and learn to respond? What are the ways in which we can travel this path of healing together? I think it's really important that as an institution we find ways that we travel it together. And again, today is one of those ways. And then how can we respond and resist to create a more enabling environment so that we can listen, talk, and be together on this journey? I think creating a compassionate culture is part of the answer. And there's a lot of burnout. There's so much grief. And I think there's also compassion fatigue for those who do care so much and who are the support system. And so we need this compassionate culture across the institution on a broad scale so that we can all show compassion, we can all care, and we can all carry the weight of this. So I think a sense of collective compassion. And I think South Africans are so good at such positive responses as a nation, and I think we can create a sense of collective compassion so that we can support. And in order to support, we also need to notice, remember. We need to have that attentiveness and notice. And so that we can have feeling and acting on the suffering of others, and might I say on the suffering of ourselves. I do believe that we are all suffering. So we follow a reflective thinking, I think would be part of the answer. As suffering, there is suffering amongst students and staff. It's a very real context of our higher education environment. And I think if we go at it together, we can make small inroads. And so with that, I hope I've brought some messages from my community-based education, and I wish us as an institution well, and I'm really happy to be part of this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Penelope. So next up, we have Advocate Lizelle Africa to come speak about GBV reporting protocols and training approaches to enhance the implementation of GBV policy. I'd just like to bring us there from what Professor Engel Hills has just spoken about dismantling structures of power over and really revisiting our approaches. We have a national strategic plan. It's a comprehensive document. Now we just need to implement it. Over to you.
Okay, good morning, colleagues, and thank you very much to the CPUT management for the invitation and for allowing us as the NPA to be a part of this research in Indaba. And I'm very pleased to see some of our partners and some of the colleagues that hold us accountable as a government department, and I'm specifically referring to the CGE. We've worked very closely on a number of initiatives over the last few years, especially in relation to the work that we do. So just to contextualize who we are and why we are working with CPUT. So as the National Prosecuting Authority, we are the prosecution agency within the country. And our core business is response, and we prosecute offences. So we are a specialized unit within the NPA. We are the Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit. And it's a national competency, but we do have representation in the provinces. I'm the current regional head in the province, and I have a colleague with me, Advocate Mark Kinney, who's one of our seniors in the office, and we have a few other seniors as well. And our responsibility, by and large, is to manage the mandate of the Sexual Offences and Community Affairs Unit within the province, as well as to manage and establish Tutuzela care centres in the province as well. And we'll touch on that very, very briefly when we articulate the relationship between ourselves and CPUT. So just to once again just contextualize how we came in. So our journey started quite a few years ago, where we were approached by CPUT to come in and basically partner with them and advise them on how to manage GBV effectively. So I would like to just start off with that point and say that we've been very impressed by CPUT's commitment to wanting to respond effectively to GBVF at the university, and not just at one campus, but all of its campuses and connecting colleges as well. So in our partnership with them, we as the NPA had to understand CPUT's business in order for us to advise them effectively. So I'd like you to keep at the back of your mind that we didn't come in as the NPA and say, you must do this and you must do that and you must do that. We had to be cognizant of the CPUT culture. We had to understand the various departments, the faculties. We had to understand the staff. We had to understand the students in terms of who are we dealing with, as clients, and how do we respond effectively to them. So when we are looking at, the information that I will be sharing, I'd like you to keep that in the back of your mind as well, so that you understand the context of how this relationship grew and how we were able to sort of come up with recommendations. And once again, we didn't dictate to CPUT, we gave recommendations, we gave suggestions, and we said this is based on the information that we've gathered with regards to how you run your business, or your institution, for want of a better description. This is what we advise under the circumstances. So just in further contextualizing, we assisting the university with the GBV policy. We're busy with the second draft at this stage. We're hoping to have a final draft that we'll be sort of presenting to EXCO. And when I say we, I'm talking about the CPUT committee that we are dealing with. And that should hopefully be presented within the next few months. We also assisted them with the reporting process, and we also assisted them with training, and I'll be able to give a little bit more information on that. So just for you to understand that all of this has been contextualized within the NSP strategy. So this is not something that we're working independent of that strategy, and I think Nkosi's presentation will also touch on the steering committee and how the steering committee has been set up, and you'll be able to see specifically how they've set that up in the university context, which is modeled on the NSP pillar. And I can't go into too much detail with regards to this, because then I'm going to miss out on what I actually need to share, but I think she'll contextualize that. So I'm sure there's been a lot of discussions on the various pillars, what those pillars deal with, and how it's relevant to the work that all of us do, specifically in higher education, as well as other government departments and civil society, and how they all sort of complement each other. And just to reiterate once again, this is what CPUT Steering Committee is also based on in relation to the management of gender-based violence and femicide at campuses. All right. Also, in terms of just contextualizing the work that we've done and the information that I'm going to impart, we are using the NSP definition for gender-based violence as our sort of overarching definition for the work that we do. So everything that we do fits in some way to the definition that we've been given in the NSP. And this is to really just make sure that we keep ourselves on track and that we hold ourselves accountable in terms of what we are focusing and what we are looking at. So very importantly, when we are talking about the gender-based violence policy, and like I said right at the beginning, we didn't come in and say, this is what you must have, and this is what you must have. We looked at what they had in existence. We looked at the Department of Higher Education policy, which is a guide to all of the higher learning institutions. We also looked at the business of UCT. We looked at other policies like the sexual harassment policy, the inclusive policy as well. And we then sort of had a committee that was formed in order for us to be able to understand what is it that you are looking for? What do you want out of this policy? What do you want to address? And on that basis, we came up with the first and the second draft. And like I said, we'll hopefully have a final draft within the next few months that we can present. But it's not a quick process. I mean, we started this process before COVID, and obviously with the onset of COVID, there's been a bit of sort of delay because of other priorities in terms of how we managed COVID during that period. And then we were able to pick up the process again sort of towards the end of the lockdown period, and that is then, the process continued from there. So part of this policy document is going to include information regarding the reporting processes and how the university will be responsible for their reporting, and who will be held accountable, and how we will process, incidences or offences of gender-based violence and femicide on campuses and within the institution itself. Then we also, for you to understand, when we say that we needed to understand CPUT's businesses, we had to look at the various faculties. How are those faculties situated? How many departments fall within those faculties? Because in us wanting to sort of spread the word and create awareness and spread information regarding gender-based violence and femicide in terms of the legislation, in terms of the reporting processes, in terms of who we were going to hold accountable, we needed to understand who we were working with. And this is what we sort of, as part of our study and in part of our engagement in terms of learning the business of CPUT, this is what we had to then understand. Where are our campuses situated, and the various departments for the faculties? And this helped us then to understand, okay, but when we come up with a reporting process, or when we come up with the GBV policy document, are we actually going to be able to implement it on the campuses that are not specifically on the main campuses, or the colleges that are off-site, that are in the sort of more rural areas or situated within the communities? So this is what helped us then to have an understanding of the institution that we are dealing with, and this is how we then were able to make certain recommendations. So also in looking at the reporting processes, we needed to understand who are our clients? Who are the victims of GBV within our institution? And we needed to look at, the various scenarios of how incidences or offences could be perpetrated, specifically on whom and by whom. And then, in keeping with this, we then had to sort of ensure that we differentiated between the various scenarios of perpetrators as well as victims to be able to help us to come up with an appropriate response. So part of this would be you could have a student offending on a student. You would have a staff offending on a student, or you would have a student offending on a staff. You could have an outsider that was offending on a student, and then obviously we needed to decide, but is it still CPUT's responsibility? Yes, of course it is, because it's a staff or a student that is affiliated to the university. So this was important for us to understand so that we know how do we respond to these victims and what do we deal with the perpetrators. So what you also need to understand when looking at the reporting processes, you have to differentiate between an incident of GBV. Okay, I can't include femicide because femicide will always be an offence because it's murder. But you have certain incidences of gender-based violence that are maybe not offences, when it comes to certain utterances that are made, or sort of just dealing with a particular person in a certain manner that does not create an offence. But then you have very, very clear offences that are being perpetrated, within the institution. So we needed to be able to understand in our reporting processes, the people that are going to be receiving those reports, do they know how to identify what an incident is and what an offence is? And this goes back to the accountability and about the sort of hush-hush approach that was referred to in our earlier presentations. We don't want you to cover up a crime. We don't want you to cover up an offence. And we were very clear on that as the NPA when we started our engagement with CPUT. And I'm very happy to report that that was their stance as well. So it was important for us to ensure that we make that differentiation very clear. We also needed to further unpack what type of reports were we going to be able to receive as an institution? Was it going to be only physical reports? Are we going to have a system where we can deal with telephonic reports? And would we eventually be able to deal with electronic reports? And how were we going to respond to that? And this is obviously all the recommendations that we made to CPUT in terms of setting yourselves up or situating yourselves up in such a way to deal with these types of reports effectively. Then we also needed to take into account, as part of the reporting process, what services are you going to activate, or what services will be activated, keeping in mind that we need to have a holistic approach in terms of how we deal with victims of GBVF. And obviously the families when it comes to the femicide part of it. So we can't just focus on the institution's responsibility. We have to look at the holistic approach in terms of safety. Is that our responsibility as an institution? Medical, is that our responsibility, or do we draw on outside stakeholders and support for that? Transport, what is our role as an institution in relation to transport? Psychosocial and legal. So that's very important in terms of how we respond effectively and activate the necessary service to provide a holistic basket of care to the victims of GBVF. Then we needed to answer certain questions in terms of when we're looking at the activation of service or the services that should be provided, how will these services that I referred to in the previous slide relate to the scenarios that I spoke about earlier? So if it's a student offending on a student, what kind of services would be relevant? Would they be sort of the generalized services, or are there specific services? If it's a staff offending on a student, what services are activated? So there you would, for argument's sake, draw internally on your human capital. So how do they become relevant, and what kind of services do they provide? So it's that kind of sort of constantly sort of checking ourselves to see, are we honing in the correct services for the correct scenario in terms of how we are responding effectively to GBVF? Then also, we realized very early on that we needed to craft a step-by-step process so that whomever's going to be implementing this, when we eventually do pass the GBV policy, that person needs to understand, because remember, a lot of our staff, our colleagues or our student representatives, we don't know the business of GBVF as we should. So we actually need to ensure that we understand that if it's a student on student and there are specific services that need to be activated, I need to know how to activate those services. I need to know who to call and I need to know what is available to best support the student in this particular situation. The same with all the other scenarios that we've already spoken about. So we realized that we would need to craft a step-by-step process in order for whomever the person is that's going to activate the services, to whomever the report has been made, that is the person that will then know exactly, okay, this is what I need to do next, this is what I need to do next, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that would be in terms of some of the questions that we needed to respond to. This is just really a sort of quick diagram to show you what it is that we are referring to when we are talking about the various scenarios that we would need to cover in terms of what potential services. So this is not cast in stone just yet. It's just an example to give you an idea of what we are looking at and what would potentially be form part of the eventual GBV policy and the reporting process addendum to that policy. So just to go quickly, where victim reports, it can either be to another student, it could either be to a staff or a designated nodal point, which is one of the recommendations. And then once that report is made, the activation of services will start, and that will obviously be what we will decide on in terms of which services are necessary. Could either be a referral to the TCC, and we've already set up relationships with the campuses, with the institution and the various campuses, with the Tutuzela centers across the province. We've also already facilitated relationships with the FCS unit. They've engaged with the relevant brigadier in that regard. So there is a relationship from the university with regards to SAPS as well. And then obviously we do have student counselling, but we also have DSD as a role player under the Tutuzela Care Centre banners, and we do have civil society also that we can draw on. And we've dealt with quite a number of civil societies as well. Very important in this whole service delivery chain would be our campus protection services. And I'll just give you a little bit of information a little bit later on when we get to the training part about how we've embarked on training our campus protection services. And then also, parallel to a criminal process where a criminal offence was committed, we also would have the internal processes in terms of how the institution deals with the perpetrator internally in relation to the university's policies. And then obviously not forgetting all the relevant psychosocial emotional support, which could either be long-term counselling, other support services in terms of rehoming, if it happened at, one of the residences and so on. And then other safety issues that we would also need to look at. And then there were recommendations about various phases. I'm not going to go into that in very much detail because we don't have a lot of time. I'd like to get to the training part of it. But just for you to understand that there were recommendations in terms of quick implementation, that the first phase would be managed by campus protection. The second phase, we would then go to the various departments and have nodal points in the departments to receive reports and know how to activate services. And then basically the third phase would be that we would branch it out to sort of more people so that we would make reporting more accessible and activation of services more accessible. And this would then obviously deal with lots of issues regarding us assisting with training and us capacitating the people and having them understand not just the policy documents, but also the reporting processes and the services that comes along with the activation in relation to response to that client. Okay, so I'm just going to skip ahead for a bit. Then, just so that you can understand the inherent challenges that an institution of higher learning faces in terms of the very unique clientele that it has to service. So when we spoke about transportation issues earlier on, it became clear when we were busy setting up the reporting process, if a matter is reported and it's an offence and we need to get medical care for that person, whose responsibility is it to transport the victim? Do we get the EMS services that are attached to the institution? What does their contract entail? Do we get campus protection services? Do we get the police to come out? How do we assist them? And this was the very big challenge, because we were told the EMS contract services that we have, it does not extend to the GBV scenario in terms of that type. It's more for acute medical care, and that's the service that we can activate there. So do we need to look at amending their contract? Can we negotiate that, or how are we going to deal with it differently? Then we needed to look at, if we say campus protection services are going to transport the victims, there's inherent liability issues. If the campus protection person is involved in an accident, then that person will be liable because they were transporting a victim in their vehicle. So you understand the dynamics of what we had to deal with, which makes it very difficult to maybe activate that particular service. So do we now do on SAPS? Will SAPS be able to respond effectively? So these are some of the challenges that we faced with in terms of trying to just ensure that we have proper and actual consistent services available. And then counsellors, we have a shortage of counsellors. We need more lay counsellors within the university to be able to assist with that, or are we going to draw on outside counsellors to come in and assist our students? How are we going to deal with that effectively? And then we also said that it's very important for us to engage in ongoing awareness-raising activities, which will then also be part of our preventative responses as an institution, so that it's not just focusing on actual response to either incidences or offences of GBVF. Okay, so we then had to discuss, okay, but now we need to actually start training our staff. We need to start training, firstly, our campus protection, because they form the bulk of our staff that would actually get to deal with our victims first. They would be our first responders. So what we did was then, in order to be able to get proper buy-in for the processes that we would like to have unfold as an institution, we had an information session with our executive management. We also had an information session with the institutional GBV training committee, which is, I think, what Nkosi is going to be speaking about, and that committee is modeled on the various pillars of the NSP. And then we started with our very, very big training rollout. And I must admit, like I said right from the beginning, we've always had very, very, very good commitment from CPUT right up to the VC's office. And he personally attended the first two information sessions that we had. And he had a hand in, what we were presenting and commenting. And we were taken to terms as the NPA. We had to answer for some of the recommendations. The committee that was working with us, we had to motivate why we came up with our recommendations. So it wasn't just a quick, okay, right, here we go. There was engagement from the executive management when we eventually presented. I think it was right at the beginning of last year, as the previous year's engagement unfortunately had to be cancelled due to a COVID outbreak. Then we started with our campus protection services. Now, you have to understand that our campus protection staff across all of the campuses are about over 500 staff. And that includes the senior members. And we managed to, over a period of, I think, 4 or 5 months, we managed to train most of them. Obviously, you're not going to get every single one of them, but we managed to train most of them. We worked with the university to coordinate that, and we had our colleagues within the NPA, the case managers, the prosecutors attached to the various Tutizela centers across the country. We had them engage with the campus protection services. So we already started the relationship building from the TCCs with the university, and more specifically the campus protection services. We will be starting our second round of training this year, and this year we'll be focusing on the maintenance staff and the other staff, as well as the other faculties and various departments in terms of the types of training we'll be having. We're also going to be engaging with the counselling services, the student counselling. We will also be assisting them with training as well. And what you need to understand, for each section or sector of the university staff, we have to ensure that the information that we are sharing is tailor-made to that particular section of the university. So it's not just a one-size-fits-all. So we had to ensure that our training for last year, we developed it, and we developed a sort of very small training manual for them so that it's also a quick reference, and we've obviously had accompanying slides, but it was tailor-made for the audience or the colleagues that we were targeting. So just to give you a very, very quick overview of the type of information that we are focusing on for the various groups that we are training. It will be social context. Social context is very important because it encapsulates what our prof told us with regards to the journey that was traveled. So we focus on the individual journey that was traveled. So we look at, where does this person come from? Why did the person, for argument's sake, not report immediately? Why did they wait a while before they reported? What informed that? Because it's important for us as the prosecution to know, because we need to be able to mitigate that particular circumstance at court so that it's not frowned upon or looked upon negatively, which is obviously not allowed in our legislation. So that's important for us. Issues of secondary victimization. If it's a person from the LGBTIQ plus community, we need to ensure that you're going to treat that person sensitively. If you are a male who is part of the campus protection services and you've been raised in a home that predominantly focus on the male being the head of the home and sort of having that particular gender stereotyping, how are you going to respond to a victim that reports to you that says that her boyfriend beat her up, or her boyfriend raped her, or her father or her husband, or whatever the type of situation would be? Are you going to respond positively, or are you going to accept that it's part of the culture? And it's not part of the culture. It's an offense, and therefore it needs to be dealt with. It's not a societal norm, it's an offense, and that is how it must be dealt with. And that is the information that we convey to the colleagues as part of our training. So we need them to understand, in terms of the social context issues, the circumstances within which the rapes can occur, the communities, understanding where this particular victim comes from so that you deal with her appropriately and that you have that victim-centered approach in your manner. Then obviously, very importantly, you cannot operate in this sphere without understanding the law, without understanding the court processes, without understanding how your interaction at this point affects a whole larger sort of process that is going to follow in relation to the criminal trial process. So that's very important for us to understand the dynamics in relation to the courts, the bail procedures, the investigation processes, to the trial stage, all of those issues. Yes, it is relevant for us as the prosecution, but how you deal with your victim at this stage is going to affect what happens at that stage. Then obviously the legislation. So what legislation governs us as an institution in terms of how we respond? What are the specific offences? What are the laws regarding evidence? What are the other issues? And then your institutional policies with regards to your disciplinary processes. How do you deal with that effectively? And are they set up in such a way that it responds effectively to the incident of GBV? Okay, because obviously the offence will be dealt with differently. And then the policies I spoke about, the reporting protocols, the trauma containment. That is very, very important, and we've also had someone from student counselling that came in to assist us with that. And then just information on the TCC model so that everybody can understand how the model can better support the institution sort of broadly. So what services are offered, what referral services they have that are available, if we need shelter, if we need, psychosocial care that is long-term, how do we support our victims better, and can the TCC play a role there? Domestic violence issues, can we assist with the filling out of the protection order application forms? Can we expedite all of those sort of issues? So this is basically what our process entailed right from the beginning when we started with CPUT. And like I said, it's ongoing. And I'd like to just sort of confirm in terms of the commitment sort of issue that was raised. We've remained committed to CPUT in supporting them in wanting to assist, wanting to make the lives of our students better, not only just in responding to GBVF, but obviously that's important, but also to come up with preventative measures, along with the other partners that they will engage in, to ensure that we create awareness, that we hold ourselves accountable as not only staff, but as students as well, so that we don't condone if we know that our friend is in an abusive relationship, or if we know that she's been struggling with an issue that needs to be reported, that we know how to respond effectively under those circumstances. So I'm not going to go into the details of give you little bites of what the training entails. We just don't have the time for that, but just to reiterate that our relationship and our partnership with CPUT is ongoing, and we're very excited to see how all of this is going to unfold, and we hope that it's going to be a product that is going to be not just a piece of paper that's up there that looks good and it's a tick box. We actually want it to be practical and implementable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Africa. So, beautiful people, we are running slightly over time, and I apologize for that. That's partially on me. But we still have another presentation to follow on from Lizelle's presentation, and that is going to be the presentation by... Is Nkosi going to speak? Not Kuleswa. Okay, fantastic. So going to just be presenting to us the CPUT case study, and then following that, is it still okay if we have an opportunity for questions, and then maybe just push our tea break forward and keep it short? Excellent. Over to you, Nkosi.
Thank you, Chair. And whilst I'm waiting for someone to assist me with my presentation, I would like to take the opportunity and greet you all, and greet our management that's here, and also greet I see student leadership also there in the house. It says final draft. Okay. Let me just start by saying our case study is based on two critical things. One is the issues of diversity and inclusivity survey for staff and students that we did across the university to establish who are our staff, who are our students. And also we looked at the enrollment for the past 3 years, who constitute our student populace. And when we look at our enrollment, we realize that, it's final draft, and we realize that the majority of our students, the top percentage is Eastern Cape, followed by Mpumalanga, and followed by, I don't see where.
I also don't see it.
I saved it here. So followed by Mpumalanga and Limpopo and other provinces. But if you look at it, Western Cape is 18%. And looking into that, you realize that about 87% of our students, they come from the most rural province of African descent, and therefore we needed to ensure that whatever we frame, any intervention we frame according to the program. I gave it to the presenters. I don't know where they lost my presentation. Now, colleagues, okay, let me start with what we are. Is it moving? Okay. I'm not going to dwell on the issues of localization. Professor Nduna yesterday, explained it beautifully on what localization is. In fact, she brought our SDGs to our doorsteps. It was crystal clear what we mean about the 18. It was not about the world SDGs. It was our own in our doorstep. So I'm not going to dwell on that issue. Thank you, Prof. Nduna, for bringing them home in order to understand that. And I'm also looking at the framework that we are working on, as well as the issue of with those 6 pillars. And I will also just get this quote that I got from, I think, LinkedIn. I think it was an opinion piece by Prof. Nduna after attending the 2nd summit. And I 100% agree with them that this is where one sector that we are always looked, is a captive environment, but we are always looked as a stepchild of any other things that's happening in the country. And also the key issues, they forgot that more than 2 million of our young people, they are here, even as they go for voting. They, if they don't come to universities, they are not going to win this election. So thank you for that, because this is exactly why is it bringing this, what we're talking about, localization. Another key issue is the issue of that. If we're looking at the NSP on GBVP, we look at the issues, the voice of the sector is silent. And again, if you look at the pillars, the way some of them are presented, you would see universities being linked, only mentioned under Pillar 6, as if the universities do not have staff, do not have students, do not have flesh and blood like any other. They only have that. And also, so we realize that in some documents, universities are always referred to other, we don't know, sometimes you don't know what the implication is. They will say academia or universities or, you know, we are given so many names, sometimes we don't understand whether this document is talking to us or about us and who is the author. But that is the key issue of writing documents or coming up with policies that are not written by the authors. Universities must start writing their own books. We have, for instance, Prof. Nduna that can write key issues. But colleagues, I'm just looking at, I'm going through what we're talking about, gender-based violence. And these are the key things that people who are outside, they don't realize that when we're talking about CPU, university community and university environment, when we talk with GBV, we're talking about these scenarios. And they sometimes got clustered into knowledge production only, and forgetting that we have university management and staff, we have university, even with staff. When they talk about staff, we are talking about academic staff, which is an issue that is a standalone category, as well as PAS. In other words, your professional, your administration, your support staff, that constitute, all those, they constitute the percentage. If we talk about CPUT, we talk about 33,000 students and 9,000 staff, and now once you talk outside of them, you are leaving them outside. So you are not putting anything. You're talking about students, you're 33,000 plus. You're talking about societies, SRC societies, there are more than 90. We're talking the key issue, the other key issue is knowledge production. We cannot talk about GBV if it is not integrated into our curricula, if it is not integrated into our pedagogies, as well as into our research, and even our community engagement. Thank you, Prof. Engels, and you have really provided another very wonderful spectrum that we need to work on. Again, the issues of prospective applicants, either as students or as workers. We do not speak about those university partners, service providers, contract, everything. So if you talk about institutions of higher learning, always take a holistic approach, not just anything that is very relevant for you. And they would just say, put us that. Now, when we look at the drivers, looking at what we look, because we just felt that we need to look at the drivers based on the data that we have. But the list is not exhaustive, but I just took those that are familiar, the issues of intimate relations, the corrective rape, alcohol and drug abuse. The issue of power is related to cases of a lecturer. It can be Marx or it can be just a lecturer. Iyakushela nje ibona intombi kodwa eseclassini. And then it could sometimes a house parent, they ban jam session, they have jam sessions with their own students because they have power over residents. They have power over opportunities in residence. The issues of SRC, not this one, SRC leaders, but it's from and SRC leaders saying, you know what, you are looking for accommodation, I can give you my room because I'm not using it. So sleep there and then the next thing she will come. And other political leadership structures, they take that for admission, I will assist you in all those kind of things. And then the issue of transactional sex is very common. Again, because you need fancy life, you will go to parklands. There are also issues of food security. Some colleagues are seriously hungry. They are looking for support. So these are the kind of issues that we get. And if you look, I've just added the issue of language. I had quite a number of institutions. You know, a Chitsonga speaking student would come if another, because they would see this beautiful lady, and now someone would say, you know what, these ones, you don't understand the language, I'm going to assist you. They will always, I will give you support and go with you. And you will think that he is a genuine friend. And it is a true story. A genuine friend and will protect you because you are not closer speaking. And now you rely on this person until one day he changed and said, no, please give me this issue. So we had those kind of issues. The last one is the issue that Lizelle spoke about, the issue of external factors. Sorry, external factors include, we have a problem of taxi drivers. And we are working with Santaco on that. And we have targeting our students off-campus and on-campus students. And these are the issues that we are engaging, even the municipalities and the local councillors. But what are the key issues on the localization? I just wanted to make it as practical as Prof had just, that this is how we looked at the 6 pillars of the NS gender, GBV, and femicide. If you look at the 3 pillars, look at pillar 1, you look at the local actors, because those local actors at local level in our situation, these are our council. They are the ones that sign off a GBV policy. They sign off any other type of procedures that we do. We have our Senate. They are the ones that sign off whether the curricula is fit for purpose or not. So the Senate is very critical. The SRC is very critical also because they constitute council, they constitute Senate, and they have they are the voice of students. The institutional forum, they are the multi-constituency issues. So those are the local actors that are critical. And if you look at these, and they need to play a role. Yes, the VC is the overall as the CEO, but there are also other governance and management structures. Those governance structures are critical because they are in charge of the universities, even in charge of the VC. So that follows that. And then with regard to Pillar 2, we have our Institutional Transformation Forum, which is representative of all faculties, units, structures, and everything. So every quarter, they submit programs or based on universities. And when we talk about this pillar, especially they know those who have had, because the philosophy or the frame of of approach that we use is African feminism. We have more than 90% of our students coming from African homes, and there is no way that we can treat ourselves or this GBV as an ivory tower that is hanging there and trying to. This is something that is happening in our own homes. We know we come to the basics of what is an African home. What is gender-based violence an African norm? Is it what you learned in the initiation school? You know what is Indaba in Sikosa, what it means in terms of modeling yourself. You know what it is, the role of a mother. So these are the issues that, because once you come up with other issues, they will not understand. You must bring them home and take them as an African form. You know, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes yourself also, that your child's neighbor, your neighbor is your sister, is your brother. So this could be your sister or your friend. The same applies to Pillar 3. We are losing the data lies with. When we talk about justice, safety, and protection, it lies with CPS. CPS are the first port of call. They have the data of students that reported and staff that reported GBV. They have the data. And they have the data of the cases that were investigated. They also have a data of the trends and patterns of these, because it's quite very important, because you can't have prevention pillar 2 if you don't know the trends, because you must address the drivers. They will tell you where it happened, where it was a gem search, so we have all those data. The legal services implement prosecution. And whether the cases were withdrawn or prosecuted successfully, they have the data. So there is no need to go and look for information. And we know in the past, universities did not want to do that. They were saying, hi, we are autonomous, we can't tell that to, but now they have to, because this is about saving the lives of our student community. And the same applies to Pillar 4. Pillar 4 local actors is our student counseling and wellness, and our staff wellness. They have the data of students that were, and staff that were cancelled on GBV. The same applies to Pillar 5. Pillar 5, how do economic empowerment, is led by our finance CEO, CFO, because CFO must ensure that there are resources and even advancement to also assist our girl children to study, to succeed, and all those. And Pillar 6 is our research DVC responsible for all these issues. But if you look at Pillar 1, and you see how they are, the Vice Chancellor being the chair of that committee, because we've got the institutional committee on gender-based violence that is chaired by the Vice Chancellor, reporting to the Council of the University. And this is where the SRC president, the SG, and the Education and Transformation Officer sits, because they represent the needs of the students. And Pillar 1 is coordinated by the registrar. And if you look at Pillar 1, they will ensure that, for instance, now our annual report is due to the Council. We are going to submit that. Then Pillar 2 is also chaired by the Executive Director, Office of the VC, simply because he is responsible for transformation where these reports are generated. And they are generated from faculties. We meet in one room, faculties, support departments and others, and even structures, and ensure social cohesion. And I must also commend our SRC, because they also established the first CPUTQA unicorn, which is a society that is also part of that. And also we are not working alone, because these are community members that we are responsible for. We're working with NPA, as Advocate has just said, and that's why we have access to Zella centers. That is why we have even access SAPS, FCS, we work with them. All those stakeholders that you see outside, they are not here for exhibition. They work with us very closely in order to ensure the lives of our students. And even civil society is responsible. You see the NGOs or rape crisis and others. And again, if you look at the justice cluster, the person responsible is the DVC responsible for operations, which is, he is responsible for operations for staff and also student affairs. This is the one who has to ensure that in terms of justice, what is student data in terms of GBV? We get concrete and reliable data from Justice Cluster. So we get those reports, remember, because of other issues and ethics and other issues, we just talk of statistics, we don't mention names. It's just a statistic, how many cases were prosecuted and cases that were withdrawn and pending cases and other cold cases, because other GBV cases are caused by the fact that maybe Malume did something some years ago, but now when you come across these people, it reminds you, it triggers you. So those are the issues where we get the data. Because what is important is that the data, we don't want to talk on, and it must be reliable in the terms of, the same applies to the response, care and healing. The data of who came and who were directed, you get the data from those particular offices. Hence, we have those issues, because the key issue is that it is good to talk about GBV in higher education, but it is very dangerous to generalize that this is the higher education sector. Just always check, whenever you look for universities, check the enrollment, check the diversity of that university. It cannot be a one-size-fits-all, because our student take is different. For instance, us and UWC, we almost attract from the same background. You get Stellenbosch, that takes less than 10% students, less than 5% of students from indigent families. With us, is 80% from indigent families. So the one-size-fits-all cannot always work in our situation. Hence, we always have to check, what is the environment, who is in our campus, and check the diversity. The same applies to economic pillar 5. These are the key issues. And then economic pillar 6 is teaching and learning, because it has to go to the classroom, colleagues. It must not land at talking. It must go to the curricula. Your engineering prof gave you clear examples. How do you make those clothing spaces, engineers, for pregnant women, for instance, are they done in such a way that it accommodates a pregnant woman? Are those toilets, when they go and build dams, are those ablution facilities very responsive to LGBTQI staff members and all those other kind of issues? So these are the issues that we're saying, okay. Key issues that we're saying, key challenges. Of course, we have challenges, although we still have to, because this study is still ongoing, we still have to analyze the 2022 report. Of course, we have numerous challenges. Refusal to lay a charge, and you can't force. And if you will say no, majority refuse to open a GBV case. But due to various reasons, some do not trust our system. Some is intimidation. Okay, I'm going to take that room. It's PAPS now from Res. That room of yours, you are not going to get it next day. Some is stigma. Some people will look at me and say, they will say, So some is former. There are quite a number of issues. I can cite more. And other issues it's about our own system, a systematic, because sometimes our investigations from CPS takes too long. And you sometimes get, and some of them, they get, and I'm happy that we are working with NPA, when some reported the SAPS intimidation, said, if you come as a student and say you are raped, they said, were you drunk? That's the first answer. So we're able now with the collaboration with NPA to report such if any Tutuzela or any other of our CPS always poses a secondary discrimination to our staff or students. And some, the perpetrator, even if it's a student they disappear and go to, and other universities. Of course, the majority of cases, they are underreported because it was raped by a friend. I was raped by somebody who was my ex-boyfriend, and I must not say it. What will people say, and all kind of things. Hence, we have Sister Flora to say, Sister Flora, you are going to work with us because we want students and staff to speak out and shame them and name and shame all those people. But the last issue, because colleagues, I'm saying this study, we are using African feminism for simply one reason. Because we know in our own culture, even African culture, women, men don't beat wives. You know how our women are very powerful in our household. You know how Otatobawo, even if inkomo if I khali kuthiwa biza udadobawo pha uzawuthetha naye udadobawo izokhala inkomo. So those are the kind of things that we have our own role models. They must not get role models elsewhere. We must talk about their role models in their own communities and see how women have, so that any student will treat a student as whatever. But the last issue, colleagues, that I'm going to talk about, because our outcome is going to appear after we have analyzed the report, then we need to change the narrative or the discourse. We have been talking about those kind of people, we're calling all the names, but I know how it feels for the family. I know I'm infected by GBV. Every time you mention that name, it triggers something as a family member. But now, when are we going to stop doing it? Why are we not shaming these perpetrators? They are in jail now. They are going to study and be abefundisi and be everything else, and they are still enjoying their rights as human rights. But now we look of talking about Onostelo. Onostelo, yes, may her soul rest in peace. But now, let's name and shame or Aluta Pasile. Ukuti, we don't want the other Aluta Pasile. Even no winene, may her soul rest in peace. But let's shame them and say, Luyanda Botha, we don't want any Luyanda Botha. No man should like to do that. Because if we keep saying, oh, it's Nonkosi, they will say, oh, okay, Nonkosi, it's secondary victimization. Let's name, if it's a student in doing third year in marketing, tell it's a student. Once that student is charged and found guilty, name and shame that. I think it's high time that we change the narrative, colleagues, and say, because we will not want to say, hey, I don't want to be Luyanda Botha, because now I really, when you mention those names, I just feel, from my own cultural background, I feel that, you can't mention if you are not related to that family. You come to this podium and say, I am whatever, so and so. Yes, to that family is fine. Let's name and shame the perpetrators and not make them famous or notorious. And I don't see, I'm looking for the program director, because I am saying as I end this presentation, I am saying we are going to look into this, because it's we looked at the NSGPF, and then we are looking at this pilot, and we have seen some positive results, and which we will, I'm sure in the next issue, we'll be able to work on these issues, because even in faculties, there is a model. Even if you look in faculties, there's a model. We have CPUT 101 that has a compulsory program, a module for GBV. In faculties like FPMS and health and wellness, they have a module on GBV in their issue. So these are some of the fruits that we are saying, because if you don't put it in their curricula, if you don't put it in their engineers, and even in will, we ensure that as they go for will, they go for internship, they are taught about those issues of sexual harassment, because those engineers, when they get to work, they end up, the NMU student issue, who was languished in jail for 8 years for issues of touching and raping a colleague, because engineers are not taught those issues. So we are saying when they go for will, that must be part of the curriculum. We're working very well with Will to ensure that their internship captures those GBV issues. With your chair, I am done, and thank you very much. I will. Are you going to questions? Should I stay here, please? Okay.
Thank you very much for that fantastic presentation. It's really good to see how the NSP is finding expression at university level. Penelope, Sikolile, and Lizelle, could I ask you to please come back to the stage, just so that we can open the floor for questions. It just makes it easier for people to direct their questions to you. So we've heard about accountability, coordination, and leadership as a cross-cutting issue. We've heard about the importance of leveraging the knowledge of communities to address this issue that is all-pervasive. We've heard about the reporting from the victim journey perspective, and then we've also heard about the structures in place at the university from a reporting on interventions perspective. Could we please see hands for people who have questions directed at any of the speakers? The person over there with the leopard print. Is there a second hand? The person in the middle with the black jacket and jeans. And the person, there are two more there, so there's the person with the hat, and then the person in the grey suit. I think we're going to have to limit it to 4. Is it okay if I give 5? Okay, and then last one, the person with the bright yellow. And then if we could please just limit it to questions, and then just mention who your question is addressed to. So the first person over there, thank you.
Good morning. My question is for the NPA. First of all, with the term gender-based violence, and I've seen you mentioning a lot of the things that we do for the victim. I've got 2 questions. So one is, with gender-based violence, what's the proscribed crimes? Does the police know when I'm coming there to report gender-based violence, do they know what is the proscribed crime that they actually need to charge the perpetrator with? And then also, with the Tutuzela centers, are you using the universities to get more lay counselors to come and volunteer? Because I think there would be a lot of takers on that side. And then with the volunteering, I understand people want a stipend of some sort to get to work if they're coming to the Tutuzela Center. So if there is a collaboration, there could perhaps be a collaboration with the CETAs, that they could give a stipend for that, so that we can get this under-resourcement resourced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So if we can just start with the SAPs. So yes, there are specific offences that's under the banner of GBV, and that is why I made it clear with regards to the presentation that we need to identify incidences of GBV, especially within the institution, and then the specific offences. So in relation to the various legislation that finds application, there are specific offences. So there are a number of sexual offences: your rape, your compelled rape, your sexual assault, rapes or offences on children, offences on persons with disabilities. So you have that which is legislated, and SAPS as an organisation, they are aware of that because they go for specific training. Likewise with domestic violence as well. And what we need to understand within the domestic violence context, we do not have domestic violence offences. We have domestic violence related offences. So it is an assault like your slap or your fist or your kick that happens within a domestic violence situation or context. You have your attempted murders, your assault GBHs, your stabbings, all of those issues, domestic violence related offences. So on its own, it's an offence. So if I just walk past somebody now and I don't know them, and I slap the person, it's an assault, but not in a domestic violence context. Okay, so yes, to answer your question in short, there are specific offences. They do get training on it, and it's very important for us to understand as colleagues in the room and as students that are represented that if you do not get the service that is expected from any government department, SAPS included, there are specific structures that you can follow to be able to complain. So if you complained of an offence, and they are sending you away, as I think Nkosi mentioned in her presentation, because you come from the university, they want to first know if you're drunk before they take your case. That's not a requirement to report an offence, and that's not part of their directives or their national instructions that is handed down from national office to SAP. So that's very important for us to bear in mind, and it's important that you know that so that you hold them accountable with regards to that. Then with regards to the Tutuzela care centres, so like we operate in a multidisciplinary setup, the Tutuzela care centres also operate in a multidisciplinary setup, and NPA is responsible for the business of NPA in relation to the setting up of the TCCs, the coordination of that multidisciplinary approach, the eventual prosecution, the keeping of data, all of those issues, as well as training. But we work with partners. So under the model, we have health, we have DSD, we have SAPS, and we have civil society as well. So DSD is the responsible department that provides that psychosocial and trauma counseling. And they then, if they can't provide the services themselves, they will then get civil society, whom they will pay to be able to provide that services. Having said that, we are not opposed to looking at other avenues. Remember, we'd like to have as many Tutuzelas across the country as we can. So if we can get a partnership like that going, and if there are connections and people that we can engage with, then that will be really great. So we are looking for more opportunities so that we can also then spread the resources and maybe not overburden a department like the Department of Social Development. So we've discussed the possibility in our meetings with CPUT to see how we could. I know that there's an engagement with Stellenbosch University also to try and see for those types of opportunities. So it's not something that we are closed off to and that we are saying, no, definitely not. We are open to those possibilities, but we need to be guided on how to facilitate those engagements. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, beautiful people, let's just take the next 4 questions and then ask the panelists to just respond to all the questions at one time, like we did yesterday, just in the interests of time. So, you're up next.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm captured by the advocate on my question, but another question I had was for Ms. Ngobo when she spoke of decolonialization as one of the tools that you can use. But I wanted to know in what context, in the context of tradition or culture or religion. That is my question for Ms. Ngobo. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman with the hat. My apologies, the person with the hat.
Hello everyone, my name is Kabelo. Kenny Barrel, my pronouns are them, they. I'm coming from the CPUT QA Unicorns. My question is on the Dean of Students when she's unpacking the African feminism. My question is there of how do we align the African feminism with the intergenerational change? With the intersectional approach, because I'm from an understanding that I heard her speaking of the data, and I believe each and every student can be counted and must be counted, because through the census principle, everyone has a right through the constitution of this country. What I have observed in this university is that minority groups are not all counted. For example, the LGBTQI. I know a study was run from the diversity side, but we want a thing that is ongoing, like the disability student, because I believe that if we want to understand our challenges, we must be counted. We must be, for us to be able to deal with the disability students, we know how many disabled students are there, and they justify how disabled they are. So I'm from that intergenerational change aspect of trying to understand the study in terms of African feminism, or of how do we align? Because last year I had a case in Orchards whereby there was a lesbian woman who committed suicide, and understanding the merits of the suicide is that the family neglected, the queer person couldn't go home. So that's my question. And also, thank you to the Dean of Students, quite a thought-provoking report.
Thank you. The person in the grey suit with the glasses.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. I don't know who my question is directed to. It might be the Dean of Students, it might be Sikolile. But I want to know, what do we do and what measures do we put in place to speak to admissions and graduation policies around perpetrators? At the moment, if you are a perpetrator in a different institution, you can just skip and come to a different university and continue the degree and suddenly get a degree. At the same time, if you were a perpetrator and you worked for how long and you're a postgraduate student, you can still apply to be a master's and PhD student and then come and continue as a perpetrator at this institution and roam amongst our students as free as you can. And then also with graduating, you then are perpetrating your first and second year, there's been cases open against you, but then somehow you leave and you get that diploma, you get that degree, and you still get the right to leave the institution with this beautiful degree, and then it's like nothing's ever happened to you. So how do we inform those policies around admissions and graduation? It's all great that we have policies around the perpetrators being prosecuted and cases being made and the right procedure being followed internally, but they're still allowed to enter and exit with what they came for. And they leave, mostly they leave with way more than what they... And then the second one is around addressing structural forms of GBV that occurs within work placements. CPT is a very high volume of workplaces within schools, within engineering companies, etc. How do we vet these companies and schools? And secondly, how do we ensure that our students are not the brunt of this? Because it happens, our students are engineering students and they come to a company and say, no, you just push paper here because we don't let women do these kind of things. So what happens, what structures are put in place so that these work placements are vetted, but also made accountable for making sure our students don't go through the GBEV within those situations?
Thank you. And then the last question, the person with the bright yellow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Xolani Boy, known as Mampinja, Central SRC for Education and Transformation. I'd like to acknowledge the First Lady of D6 is here, our SG is here from Central. My faculty reps are also here, Ludo, Zimkita, and KG there for business, to show how serious we take this event as student leadership. It will be a sin if we were to leave without commenting when our acting dean have just spoken. Because one of the things we must raise, we are going to Saus. The reason we are sitting here, when we go to Saus, we must take this conversation there to Saus also. Because many of those things are affecting us as students. Especially that matter he raised there. Because when the students lives here, have done GBV here, have done wrong things, he goes to another university, there must be a policy that interlinks all universities. It's one of the things we're going to be pushing there at Saus as student leadership. Having said that, we must accept that we as leadership, we are sitting in these committees, especially the IGBV, where SG is sitting there with me and the president. We have raised many issues there, and we are happy with the response we are receiving. And today there's this event, because we knew about this event, coming to this event. We are happy that we're not surprised when things are happening in this university. We are part of the decision making in this university. We would like also to encourage our acting dean there, sitting in front, that as much as we have a good working relationship at the moment, may it continue to be so. Nothing must change. I think let me end there.
Thank you very much. So to recap, we've got a question to Sikolile about decolonization, to Nonkosi about African feminism and how that models inclusivity and intersectionality. Then about the admission and graduation of PERPS, policies surrounding that. I'm not sure who's going to answer. Structural violence with regard to GBV in the workplace and how the companies that students are going to be placed at for work experience are vetted. And then lastly, about an integrated policy across universities to deal with issues of perpetrators, etc. Thank you.
I will try and attempt to answer this decolonization question, but maybe I need to to also just say why did I reference decolonization? I actually referenced it as a priority that I've seen quite a lot of focus in terms of research on it. So I was saying the same effort and funding and everything we give to it, we must also give to GBV. But because you have actually linked it to culture, tradition, and religion, I think it becomes very important because most of the unexplainable forms of violence that is perpetrated towards women find it home in those three musketeers that you just raised, which is your culture, tradition, and religion. And so how much then of the aspects that came with colonialization actually feed culture, religion, and tradition that was not there before we were colonized. So it becomes very important to look at it from that perspective then, because you know, when people fail to think, they say, let's pray. When people fail to think, they say, let's leave it to the hands of God. And then I then say, but we are all created in God's image. So who is this God now that you are saying you are letting it to their hand? That's my argument around when we fail in terms of religion. In terms of culture and tradition, we tend to say, yes, I heard from the forefathers that this was done, but we seem not to even be sure whether it was done actually that way or not that way. So we also need to dig deep into how some of the things that were good for us as Africans were then re-scripted by the colonizers for them to be able to keep us oppressed. And some of these things that we hold so dearly actually were re-scripted by the colonizers. And today they form part and parcel of drivers of violence. So we can have a field day talking about the three musketeers. But for me, it's unfortunate that we resort to them when we fail to think. We just say, no, 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 it's my culture. No, 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 it's my tradition. And then we forget that we live in a country called South Africa, where we can practice our religion, practice our tradition, practice our culture, but it shouldn't be above the constitutional prescripts and the rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. So it becomes very important that when we do touch on decolonization and those three musketeers, let's feed back to how they then fit into the current drivers of violence as we see it. I'd like to touch a bit on the question around admissions and graduation policies, because I have been part of what they call internal processes in some institutions of higher learning, where we listen and arbitrate on sexual violence within the university, and it's called an internal process. And then when it comes to mitigation circumstances and the person needs to say why they should be sentenced lesser, and then we are saying why it should be more. It always annoys me when I get something from a dean of some sort who says, he's just on his last year of master's. He's just on his year of PhD. Like, didn't he know when he was perpetrating violence that he's on that verge? Or did he use that power to to actually make the student vulnerable. So why don't we use that power analysis that actually this person had power because they were finishing off their PhD, had power because they were finishing off their masters. And you find this even in these people called the tutors. So for me, I will actually volunteer to be in the committee that will actually be regulating that from university to university, so that we are able to see where did Peter, Paul, and James go to after doing their deeds somewhere else. And also, because for me, it just becomes so excruciating when we are now valuing the academic path of the individual over the pain that they've caused to someone. And for me, you can never put those things on the same scale. I don't care whether you are just going to be the first of the PhD holders in that particular field. For me, if you have violated a human right, there's a place where you belong. That's where I draw the line. And then I'll leave the rest to Menokos. And congratulations, I did not know you were acting student. And you don't tell me these things. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Mampintsha undifake engxakini. Thank you, colleagues. I'm just going to add from what he said. I just want to also emphasize the fact that decolonization is not a separate agenda. Gender is part of decolonization. But the issue that we need to do, colleagues, let's read and ensure that we understand this terminology. When we talk about feminism, we're not talking about the Eurocentric feminism that has also enabled us to hate each other, hate men, radical feminism. The feminism is not a new concept. The concept of African feminism is not new. It has long been in our families. That is why we even have norms for LGBTIQ in our Xhosa names. We know. That is because we understand those. That is high time that we re-Africanize. This is the influence, unfortunately, Kabelo, that's what she was saying, of the colonized that made us to act. Why were corrective rape something new? Why was it not there in the past? Are you saying that intersections only came in yesterday? They have long, since time immemorial. But the key issue is that somebody was talking about the values of, because we've lost even values of Ubuntu, values of understanding each other. If I see a man, I hate a man, irrespective of who he is. But you don't work to understand. But even a man, when they see a woman, they see a property to be raped. When she's drunk, she is my property. Those are the values that we need to look into, back to basics, and re-Africanize. I'm sure Prof. Sesanti, in his session, he is going to stress more because he's a scholar in that one, in the issues of not decolonization. Decolonization, even if you look at the fees must fall, there was also the issues of GBV that were raised by Rhodes University and others. Even from time immemorial, it has always been an issue that was raised. But it's time to re-Africanize. Sibuyele emasisweni. Kuthiwani, let's go back to our basics and understand the values that we still have in our community. That's exactly why GBV, what we are using for GBV. In terms of issues of vetting, I think, Mampintsha, you also note my annual report that we also needed, in fact, as universities, a tool to vet perpetrators of GBV. We do have a tool to vet criminal activities, but we need a tool. I'm happy that is part of our NPA curricula, that they are doing the training on issues of the National Sex Offender Register. I'm sure she is going to talk about that, because they are tools, but the issue is that we need to implement them. There are tools. There is a national register for sex offenders. All those people that I was taking said, less Labo Luyanda, that I was talking about, they are in that register. So the key issue is that when the students, I think we need to look into the issue of students. And I agree with you, the issue of recycling our GBV offenders across universities is a huge problem. And we need to, for instance, I know it's a systems problem, because how do you vet a student for another university? There is no tool. And I think as you are going to that conference, these are the issues that we need to have. And another last issue is the issue of, even for recruitment, don't even talk about students, even recruitment, even our service providers, those that even cook for us, our contractors that build our residents, have they been vetted for are they not GBV? You know, these are the issues. And the last one is the issue, Kabelo, the issues of course, it's system. We are trying, and it was in our report, 2022 report with management, the issue of admissions. Because we found our institutions having this gender binary, because they will say males and females, but I am told that it's been changed, but we are still changing very slowly. From this year, they said it's been changed, but I still need to check with the registrar. Remember, this is the registrar's part, but I have also raised that with him, because if you do not indicate, you cannot place a student. I know the key issues of placing students. Even our placement committee and placement policy, we are changing that to ensure that it is gender friendly or it is gender neutral. And in order to ensure that the same applies with disabilities, and this is another issue that I'm taking to the space committee. In the next space committee, we've done the recommendations on those issues, because it needs to go to a space committee. And I will give you a feedback on that. The last one is on admissions and graduations. And this is the issue that we need to push very hard, especially in our GBV committee, because it's about changing the rules and regulations of graduations, and also how do we ensure that, I know when I joined CPUT some years back, I had a perpetrator that, when I heard about that, and they were saying, no, he was a senior person. No, because he's a great researcher and is bringing a lot of money to the university, he was given an option to resign. And I was so upset, because I only heard about it after he had left already. But the victims are still here. They are still hurting in our institution. But these are the issues that we are trying to say: zero tolerance, whether you are bringing millions to the university. If you have done it, you do not even belong to disciplinary action. You belong to SAPS. If you rape, we must report directly to SAPS and not even go with the processes of investigations, because that's a crime. So these are the issues that we are working with our SAPs and our colleagues to ensure that, and I hope the new SRC, we are going to hold hands. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much to all the speakers. I think what's come out of it is a definite commitment to zero tolerance and a commitment to learning, unlearning, and relearning. So before we go off to tea, I think, if someone could just confirm for me, let's try to limit tea to 10 minutes, because we are running severely behind schedule. And then just a note of thanks to Sikolile, our keynote speaker. We have a gift for you that I'd like to hand over. So Sikolile, this is for you. Yeah? Great. Thank you.
But it's all women.
njalo bebesithi bezawukhalaza libe ngamadoda ophinde nikhale nisishelani thina
No, ndilapha ndilenza i-presentation.
Andicela ukuthi uqale ndafuna wena. Hayi bengekho. Yatsho apho mna. Yabo social media. Umuntu uthethayo. Ezimakhumbu ziyambhloka sometimes enzene. Shake bra. But I never thought
when your mindset is ready to be there.
Okay. Mlumiso lwamage nansi ningenento bhala igama lam wrong. Banento bhala uzimasi. Ingxaki abantwana wasenikhona nonke ke le team yam. Oh. Is it still morning? Oh, it's still morning. Good morning to the audience. We're about to start the next session. I think we're not going to wait for the others for the sake of time. My name is Zimisele. My surname is Mlumiso. I am a man. I'm a brother. I am a father. I'm a husband, and I'm a son. And I am an evangelist for the next kingdom. The reason why I'm saying this is because I subscribed to the values that God only created everyone in his own image. And when he gave a list of being to be a dominion or to dominate over, it was a closed list that what is it that we must dominate over. And that list does not include a fellow human being, regardless of the agenda. If you go and read Genesis chapter 1, you will get exactly that list. It's a closed list. It's not a debunkable list. And at the end, in the Revelation again, the envisaged new world that God wants, he said there shall be no man, no woman. So when he's trying to restore, he's going to restore his own plan, his own original plan of human beings. The only difference in sex was only for reproductive purposes, nothing else. It didn't only give anyone a power over anyone. Okay, let me go over that one. I'm also serving in the Women Empowering Program at CPUT. I'm a he for she ambassador. I'm a wheel coordinator for the mechatronics engineering. And lastly, I'm a labor leader. The representatives of the alleged perpetrators. Now, you see, but as we discuss going forward, I think now we are looking, the topic or this session is saying, GBV interventions through conversations and sustainable prevention initiatives. But we'll be discussing as we're going forward. It's very contradicting. I can see everyone, like the last one, it looks like it's erasing everything that happened before. But you will see how we're doing everything. But we'll be calling, we have about 4 sets of presenters. Ms. Lonia Maswanganye, Dr. Olinda Chabalala, and Prof. Witness Maluleka from University of Limpopo. And they will be presenting to us as they come up. As they are coming up, they will be presenting to us the exploring the contributing factors of intimate partners violence against women in South African rural higher education institution, a systematic study. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today. My name is Mrs. Maswanganye Lonia, a PhD student, a PhD candidate at the University of Limpopo under the Department of Criminology and Criminal Justice. I am with my co-authors, Dr. Olinda Chabalala. She's not in because she's not feeling well, and I'm also with Professor Witness Maluleke in absentia. So the topic of our presentation today is going to be about exploring the contributory factors of intimate partner violence against women in the South African rural higher education institution, a systematic study. Okay, the outline of our presentation will be as follows. The first point, it will be the introduction and problem formulation. The second one will be the research design and methodology. The third one will be the brief selected causes or the contributory factors of intimate partner violence. And the fourth one will be the study findings and the identified themes. And lastly, we'll have the conclusion and recommendations. Okay, in our introduction, intimate partner violence is regarded by many scholars as a pervasive problem affecting individuals, families, and communities. And despite the effort for police to address this scourge, it continues failing. The IPV against women in South African rural higher institution, abbreviated HAYS, still possesses numerous serious challenges and injustice. Therefore, this study explored the contributory factors of intimate partner violence against women in South African HAYS, focusing on systematic studies. So, as a researcher, for you to continue with the research, firstly, you need to have a problem. So in our problem formulation, it is found that IPV against women in South African rural HAYS has been on the rise in recent years, occurring in and around the campuses, and this is widely documented on various media platforms, showcasing both victims and survivors of this practice. And the existing legislature's frameworks, policies and rules have not yet yielded the intended results. In addition, the law reporting patterns hinders the existing effort to control and prevent this crime. This research is a qualitative study in Nature, and then it adopted the non-empirical research design, a systematic review. In our sampling, The various documentary studies were sourced for this study to reach the saturation, and then we used a non-probability sampling, specifically purposive sampling, restricted from 2017 to 2022. And then with our data collection method, the extracted documentary secondary sources were obtainable from University of Limpopo Library and electronic databases or online platforms, including online newspapers and media reports. And then the keywords used for these searches were stemmed from the research topic. And then, as I'm continuing, in our data analysis method, the data was collected and analyzed using the inductive thematic content analysis. This method involved identifying patterns and themes within the data and categorizing them into relevant groups. And the analysis was conducted iteratively with themes refined and revised as the data were reviewed. And then with our third point, which is the brief selected causes or the contributory factors of intimate partner violence. The studies by the following authors found several factors that contribute to IPV against women in South African rural higher institutions. They collectively established the following selective factors: gender inequality, socio-economic factors, cultural beliefs, social norms, inadequate enforcement of existing legislations, as discussed in the following section. Gender inequality perpetuates violence against women because these patriarchal norms and practices that values men over women, they contribute to the subordination and the objectification of women, which can lead to intimate partner violence. And then the second one is socio-economic, which says the inclusive of economic hardships, poverty, and unemployment often exacerbate IPV risks because women in financially difficult situations sometimes feel compelled to remain in an abusive relationship due to their financial independence to their partner. And the third one, it's about the traditional and cultural beliefs that normalize, the traditional cultural beliefs that normalize violence against women, they also contribute to IPV. Like, for instance, some communities may condone a husband's physical abuse of his wife as a way of exerting control over her. And then the fourth one is social norms, which says the social norms that accept and justify violence against women, they do perpetuate IPV. For example, the belief that a man has a right to discipline his wife through physical force also contribute to IPV. And lastly, I have inadequate enforcement of existing legislation, which makes it difficult to hold the perpetrator accountable for their actions. Because this lack of accountability, they can perpetuate IPV as the perpetrators, they can get away with their abusive behaviors. And my fourth point is the study findings and the identified themes. The findings of this study revealed that the increasing levels of IPV against women in South African rural haze is very common. And one of the factors that contribute to this is the low reporting patterns. It often hinders the control and the prevention strategy of the crime. Therefore, the following study themes were identified. Theme number 1, it was about the factors that contribute to IPV against women in South African rural haze. And then theme number 2 was about the limited consequences for the potential perpetrator of IPV in South African rural haze. Theme number 3 was about the limited reporting patterns. And lastly, we had an inadequate prevention measures with effective enforcement of existing legislation, policies, rules, and regulations. So in our conclusion, this study concludes and recommends the following to the relevant stakeholders. And then this should be done to redress the contributory factors to IPV in the South African rural haze, focusing on gender inequality, socio-economic factors, cultural beliefs, social norms, and inadequate enforcement of existing legislation. The first recommendation was the development and the implementation of effective policies and programs specifically targeting the IPV against women in South African haze should be urgently introduced. And such policies and programs should address the root cause of contributory factors to provide the necessary support and resources to victims and survivors. And the second one was the increase of awareness campaign and educational program about the IPV and women in South African rural haze should be staged. And these initiatives should target both men and women with the aim of changing attitude and behavioral patterns of IPV. Our third recommendation was the improvement in the reporting pattern system of IPV against women in South African rural haze should be normalized. And this should include providing the adequate support and protection to victims and survivors who report these incidents, and ensuring that the consequences for this perpetrator are used as deterrent. And the other one was the criminal justice system's response to IPV against women in the South African rural haze should be strengthened, including improving existing investigative prosecutorial processes, as well as providing adequate resources to the local police and courts and correctional services effectively to address the reported cases. And the relevant stakeholders should work towards ending IPV in South African rural haze by promoting gender equality, challenging harmful gender stereotypes, and providing opportunities for rural women and thrive in all areas of life. Lastly, in conclusion, we said urgent action to address IPV against women in the South African rural haze should be rendered with efforts made to identify and address the root causes of contributory factors of IPV. The control and the prevention measures should also be implemented to ensure safety and well-being of women in this institution. Thank you for listening.
I don't want you to go up and down. Just sit next to me. Thank you very much. I think we're going to hold our questions and discussion for last. We're going to call upon on the second presenter for the day, Mr. Clive Brown from CPUT, on reflexive and gender lenses, exploring gender-based violence through conversations, challenges, and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you to you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I would like to say that it's always easier being the facilitator than being the one presenting. I am very excited to be here this afternoon to talk about a topic which is extremely personal and a topic which is sometimes overlooked within certain spaces. And so I have come up with a topic or a title that sounds very and highly intellectually inclined. So I decided to say, Reflexive and Gender Lens, Exploring Gender-Based Violence in and through Conversations. What are the challenges and the opportunities? What are the enabling and what are the constraining factors when we talk about gender? The structure of my presentation is as follows. I will tell you a bit about my title, the explication of the researcher identity, who I am, what is it that I bring. So what do you bring to the table? I am the table, you know? So I'll be speaking about that. And also, as a researcher, I'm also in my final year of PhD, and I'll be submitting in November. So that is also one of the hats that I wear. And I'm going to be talking about my paper, which is a conceptual paper, not an empirical paper. And I'll be talking about the theoretical lenses that influences my thinking, and then how my lived experience as a novice researcher, as I describe myself, influences my curriculum. Now, when I think about a reflexive and gender lens, right, I'm thinking back about who is this Clive Brown and what is it that he does. And if I like to be silly, and when they ask me what is my pronoun, my pronouns are, you can call me honorable or you can call me child of the Most High. So you can decide, okay? And so when you walk into a space, especially here in South Africa, before me coming up onto the stage, I have already been observed. You've already looked at the color of my skin. You've already listened to the way I speak. You've looked at the way that I dress. You've looked at my mannerisms. That is evident when you walk into a space. And by you looking at me and observing, perhaps you have also concluded as to who I am, perhaps. And it can relate to something positive or negative. Society's views of people from my culture, if I identify as being a colored, the first thing they look at, they say, oh, do you have all your teeth in your mouth? Right? Okay, what is part of my culture? Do you partake in the klopse, the coons, you know? Am I blowing the trumpet violently? What is it that I am doing? Am I drunk every weekend on Black Label? What is it that's part of my culture? Right? Am I fighting most of the time? Because they sweep you with that same broom or paint you with that same brush. And then we talk about gender-based violence. It's any kind of harm that is perpetrated against a person or group of people because of their factual or perceived sex. Okay? So I identify as being male. I'm talking about my gender. I'm not talking about my sexual orientation. And I think many times people expect you to divulge who is it that I find excitement in when I go to bed, okay? And some things it's private. It should be kept to yourself. The possibilities embedded in dialogical engagements, I have realized over time that by speaking about what we call sensitive topics, that is the time when you actually learn a bit more. If I don't know about your culture, if I don't know about your language, and I actually pose a question, we can engage in conversation. And by having a conversation with you, I will learn way more than what I might find on the internet. And by having these conversations, it exposes one to enabling and constraining factors, also known as the challenges and opportunities. By me speaking to you, I will learn more about you, okay? You look at me, I identify as being male. My sexual orientation is that I am gay, but I cannot speak for all people who identify as being colored. I cannot speak for all those gentleman that ascribes to being male. I cannot speak for everyone that says that my sexual orientation is gay. I'm an individual. I am unique. When I completed matric in 2002, and I realized it was 21 years ago, as I was doing my numbers earlier, 21 years ago, it feels like yesterday when I left the school grounds, a teacher had made a comment about me. He had said, "What a pity he is like that." Now, what a pity Clive Brown is like that. What does it mean? Is it the way that I carry myself? Is it the way that I speak? Or is it simply that, why is he behaving like that? Okay? And you all sitting here know exactly what was meant when the person had said that. And so I then said to myself, how am I going to use words to bring about a positiveness in my life? I'm based within the Faculty of Education. As I mentioned yesterday, I teach teachers how to teach, and I ensure that no one of my students, when they graduate, ever uses that line on any one of the students that they engage with when they go into schools. Here at CPUT, within the Faculty of Education, we are the largest provider of teacher educators within the Western Cape. Most of the teachers, majority of the teachers that exit with their degree, they come from CPUT. So if you go into schools in the rural areas, within the urban area, quintile 1 to quintile 5, ex-model C schools, private schools, you will find CPUT teachers. And I make it my job to ensure that everyone is treated with the respect that they deserve, that you are not being judged because of the way you sound, the way you dress, the way you speak, where you come from. And so what I did with those comments, I decided to use it within my life. And so, within my department, those are all the committees that I'm a part of. I'm the teaching practice coordinator. I take care of the second years. I am part of the appeals committee. If you register, apply, I'm part of the applications committee. Language committee member. I went for training to be a fire marshal, but please people, you're not safe around me. And then when it comes to open day as well, I ensure that I'm also part of that committee. That's departmental. Within the faculty, I'm also the Transformation Committee chairperson. I am the foundation phase and intermediate phase secretary of the advisory board, what was established 2 years ago. We work with the Western Cape Education Department, and for me it is vital that a teacher that gets a formal qualification is knowledgeable about what goes on in the school. Sometimes there's this disconnect between what theory does and what the practical implication is. I'm also a Faculty of Education Quality Forum member, right? And so when we have the audits coming up, I give my input. Also part of the Faculty Events Committee member. There are events happening, Women's Day, Youth Day, I am part of that committee. And also I'm looking at Professionalism and Ethics Committee member. What should your behavior be like as a novice teacher in this school? Institutionally, I'm also part of a variety of committees. I'm in the Institutional Transformation Committee chairperson. I represent the dean at the ITF, right? I'm also the Institutional Committee Gender-Based Violence champion. Every year when Tumiso has the Amajita's Men's Forum program, I act as the program director. And also when Melanie has the HIV and AIDS annual program, I raise my hand and I say, I would gladly be the MC for the event. That's besides the fact that I lecture as well. As you can see, I teach languages, so if you have Afrikaans as a third language, jy is welkom om na my klas te kom, so I will teach you. And then there are the other courses that I teach. But what I've made very clear, people, and what I want you to know is that a comment, words, can catapult you, I make sure that I find myself present within these committees because I want the voice of myself who is regarded as the other, being marginalized, being heard in these spaces. My personal life, besides being a lecturer, there are other things that one engages in, right? I've taken up the violin during the pandemic because I said after 3 years I also want to, come out with something, Some people came out married, some people came out with children, I took up the violin because I can read music. I'm the church organist, I'm a trumpeter, and then I am also an uncle. Yeah? So what I am trying to say about one's identity, sometimes people are more focused on what happens in the bedroom. Okay? They are more interested in what happens in the bedroom than actually what is all the other portfolios that I hold. And when I am sitting in the company of my nephews and nieces, they're not interested in me doing a PhD. They're not interested in me representing the dean. They're not interested in me being the MC. My role is then as an uncle. Okay? And sometimes you have to sit down and say to yourself, what are you foregrounding as your identity and what takes the background? I am quite sure when the VC gets home at night, his children and wife is not saying, oh, the vice-chancellor's home. No, no. His identity changes to that of a husband and father, okay? And as scholars and researchers, we must be able to draw that distinct balance between what am I foregrounding as my identity and what shall I put as the background. For my conceptual paper, I've got 3 specific theories that I look at. At the moment, I'm looking at what is called critical phenomenology. Now, there's a difference between pure phenomenology that looks at your experiences, telling us what are the experiences that you're facing. But when we talk about critical phenomenology, it brings about the element of power. Okay? If we find ourselves all seated in this venue, which we are finding ourselves in at the moment, who's got the most power? Why does that person have all this power? Who is rendering that person with the position of power? And so I'm looking at when one finds yourself in different spaces, what is the criticality that emanates from that experience? I also look at autobiographical or self-study research where you look and reflect on your own life and you argue the personal troubles that you have faced and how you can solve it. And then most importantly, the theory that I like to embrace within my curriculum is the pedagogy of disruption. Okay? Now, disruption does not mean dear makar, okay? Disruption needs to be supported. And so if I say to my students that this is what we're going to do within our course, I need to render the necessary support. And so now I'm going to tell you how I have inculcated those theories within, or my experiences into my curriculum. Our students, when they come to university, it is the very first time that they are sitting in a space with those of a different background, culture, race, language, gender, okay? Those are the diversity aspects, okay? And so what happens is they come to a pedagogy of comfort. They come from studying in their own community. When they get into a space, they want to cooperate with the same race. Everyone that is colored sits in this corner. Everyone that is black South African sits in that corner. And then we have a handful of white students sitting at the back. That is what we have in our venues. When these students have to go out to complete teaching practice over the 4 years before they get their degree, they want to go to spaces where they are familiar. I come from the township, so I want to go back to the township. I come from Mitchell's Plain, I want to go to schools in Mitchell's Plain. Because they feel more comfortable in those spaces, because they will be dealing with those of their own kind. But I work towards a pedagogy of disruption. Entering a new area entering a new area and into the university culture. Sometimes it's the first time that students come out of their areas into the Mowbray area. They've never been to Mowbray. They are the first ones to come into a university. And it's difficult because mom and dad, brothers and sisters, uncles, they've never been to university. So you are seeking support from people who've never experienced what you are experiencing. When it comes to being placed in diverse working groups, I make sure, as a teacher, I observe my students and I deliberately say, right, everyone, this is how it's going to work. You are going to mix yourself up according to the following. That we stop this notion or bracketing of people of a certain kind must be placed together. When we talk about this metaphorical rainbow nation here in South Africa, and lastly, what I tend to do is, over the 4 years, I place students in various contexts, because what evidently ends up happening is, when you get your degree, we are not preparing you for Philippi. We're not preparing you for Khayelitsha. We're not preparing you for Gugulethu. We're preparing you for the South African context. Besides the fact that you get your degree, you can also go and work internationally. And so students must realize that they need to shift from a space of comfort to discomfort. And as lecturers and as an institution, we need to give them the necessary support. And then I say thank you.
I think we needed 2 hours for this session, more especially when we get to the discussion part, because I can see people are busy writing. Let me not take any or delay any further. Look for Mr. Leslie Singelar, Dr. Stanford Kronje from CPUT. And they will be telling us about the developmental approach for the prevention of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been listening to Clive, and look at his portfolio. I wonder when he ever finds time to go to the gym. You know, I do make time to go to the gym, principally because I need to break away from my students. Now I have a lot of master's students and a few doctoral students. It's not that I want to move away from them because I don't like them, but it's very demanding. You know, at that intellectual level, you get very, very stressed out and almost fatigued. Don't worry, I'm not going to do the presentation. You see, some of you are looking at me and say, wow, 2 of you. Is one not enough? Yeah, 1 is enough. I'm here principally to introduce Leslie Sigelaar. He's my doctoral student. He is going to present on a developmental approach for the prevention of gender-based violence. And that is from his thesis, which is titled A Community Participation Approach for the Prevention of Violent Crime in the Cape Metropole. Now, just to do the introduction, as I've said, he's finished with his thesis. We intend to submit soon. It's just the administrative stuff like approval of the examiners. Those of you that are involved in this process will realize that the administration is often a huge hindrance. It's sometimes very frustrating. It sometimes takes half of the time that your thesis took you just to get through the administration. So I'm just here to provide an introduction, and then Lisa will take over. Violent crime in South Africa rates amongst the highest in the world. with gender-based violence contributing significantly to this problem. The reliance on law enforcement and the criminal justice systems to effectively respond to these challenges proves reactive, ineffective, and grossly insufficient. Sustainable approaches such as a developmental approach would allow for strategies that are aimed at the underlying causes as well as the factors that drive gender-based violence. A developmental approach would enable the participation of victims and perpetrators, social learning, capacity building, empowerment, and sustainability, thereby offering a long-term solution for the challenges posed by gender-based violence. This approach could be supported by evidence-based research that focuses on the identified underlying causes and drivers of gender-based violence. The study unlocks the potential of research institutions, such as universities of technology, to participate in constructing a developmental approach for the prevention of gender-based violence, as well as to participate in evidence-based social crime prevention of gender-based violence. Leslie will take on the content. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Program Director. Thank you, Dr. Cronje. I hope I'm not one of those students that cause you those fatigue. If it is, we're almost there. As indicated by Dr. Cronje, my name is Leslie Siegelaar, and he's my supervisor. We're both from the Department of Public Administration and Governance in the Faculty of Business and Management Science at CPUT. Dr. Cronje already provided us with a problem statement that violent crime rates amongst the highest in the world, and that also justified why it's like that. And we're all aware, and I think it was quantified over the 2 days, the contribution of GBV to the problem. However, the response, and our current response in South Africa, is largely through law enforcement. And unfortunately, the reality with our law enforcement is you'll go from one imbizo to another, and no real sustainable solutions. Coupled to that, our criminal justice system, and I would like to believe if Lizelle was still here, she would agree with me that they are overloaded with cases related to gender-based violence. Sometimes the reactions are reactive, ineffective, and insufficient, and therefore sustainable approaches are needed. For these sustainable approaches, and this was already covered, the response was that the President held a summit in 2018 and the gender-based violence and femicide strategy was adopted. It's important to note the purpose statement of the strategy: to provide a multi-sectoral coherent strategy, policy and programming framework to ensure a coordinated national response to the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide by government of South Africa and the country as a whole, with the emphasis as a country as a whole. So we as a society, as a university, also got that same responsibility. We acknowledge in the study that the various programs, and I'm not going to read all those programs, are in existence to speak to issues of gender-based violence. However, the last sentence, more evidence is needed to suggest that these programs are developmental and evidence-based. So the aim of the study, as indicated by Dr. Cronje, is to provide a developmental approach to speak to gender-based violence and femicide, and to support it by evidence-based strategies. The developmental approach would enable the participation of potential victims and probable perpetrators. It's important that we also, in our developmental approach, focus on probable or possible perpetrators. And we would do it in the model through social learning, capacity building, empowerment, and sustainability, and thereby creating long-term solutions. An evidence approach would allow us for decisions to be based scientifically, generated by facts and not merely on beliefs and attitudes. The study further aims to highlight the role of academic institutions, such as ours, in the prevention and assisting communities with their programs and projects and focusing on the internal environment. Due to time constraints, I'm only going to focus on some key concepts. The vital concept that we think is needed is that we need to move into a space of social crime prevention, where law enforcement approaches must be supplemented. We need law enforcement. We need courts, we need the criminal justice system. But however, it's limited, so we need to supplement it with strategies that reduce society's social risk factors. And many speakers previously referred to the root causes. Even the minister, the deputy minister, reminded us yesterday that indeed, if we want to win the race against gender-based violence, we need to focus on, and I think a previous speaker in her proposal also, in one of the recommendations, focus on the root causes. Some would call it the key drivers of gender-based violence. So it could be on the, where can we focus? We can focus on the individual level, family factors, school factors, peer-related factors, and community factors. A developmental approach, according to Patel, defines this development as a continuous improving of a country's social conditions and well-being. So in terms of gender-based violence, if we want to follow a developmental approach, we need to find continuous improving methods in terms of our social conditions and the well-being. And the building blocks that we're going to look at is community participation, social learning, capacity building, empowerment, and sustainable development. If we succeed in development approach, it also could lead to collective efficacy. And according to those authors, collective efficacy is conceived of a confluence of networks, values, and norms that combine to enable individuals and communities to intervene in a way of suppressing non-defiant behavior and of maintaining social order. And that's what we want to do in terms of gender-based violence. We want to suppress this non-deviant behavior and maintain social order. We've also could aim for conscientization. And conscientization can be defined as a theory about learning to perceive social, political, and economic contradictions and to take action against the oppressive elements of reality. The last concept, or second last concept, is evidence-based strategies. An approach is not blindly decided, but is supported by research, evidence, and analytics. And the last concept is a theory of change. If we want to implement, we need a theory of change. And what is the theory of change? Is linked to explaining why a particular intervention in a community is needed and why should it be successful. The social ecological model could assist us in this, and it emphasizes the interaction between individuals, relationships, community, and societal influence that put people at the risk of becoming either victims or transgressions of gender-based violence. However, the question for us should be, what is the role of academic institutions in the prevention of gender-based violence? And for our study, we argue that it's twofold. Firstly, on community level, and we know along with teaching and learning and research, the other pillar in universities or academic institutions is community engagement and service learning. However, we would like to believe that we need to challenge our community engagement and service learning and ask the questions, are this in line with our transformational agenda? Are these actions in line with our 2030 vision? Or is it merely there to achieve certain outputs in the institution? The belief is that academic institutions should be central in the implementation of a development approach and supporting evidence generation through research outputs. They could provide training in various fields such as community participation, social learning, capacity building, empowerment and sustainable development, thereby contributing to the capacity of society to effectively deal with gender-based violence. The second level is institutional, and a lot was already said about that, but I just want to emphasize, already the 6 pillars were discussed, but there are also 3 goals. That's very much important. And the response to the National Plan was the policy framework to address gender-based violence in post-school education and training. Important to notice, this framework entirely focused on the internal environment of these institutions, with no provision for the involvement of stakeholders in the external environment. But the 3 goals that are important is creating an enabling environment. I think that's what the advocate speaks about. Where we want to focus the study is on prevention, the goal of prevention and awareness. And the last goal is support and assistance. The goal of promoting safety of all students and staff through awareness and prevention programs to raise awareness of policies in the prevention of gender-based violence is conducive for a developmental approach supported by evidence-based strategies. These programs could focus on prevention, possible victims and perpetrators. Academic institutions could also enhance collective efficacy through participation in informing a confluence of networks against gender-based violence. These networks could be influenced by collective efficacy and conscientization to augment community participation. What would be then the elements of a developmental approach? Firstly, community participation. And to save time, in terms of community participation, I just want to emphasize that we need to ask the critical question, whose reality count? Whose reality, if we talk about community participation? Is it our students' reality? Is it the dean's reality? Is it the lecturer's reality? Whose reality do we need to speak to if we want to focus on the root causes of crime? We also need to answer the question, this community participation, will it lead to social learning? And the people, pedagogic environment will tell us that social learning is based on behavior and reproduction. Are we able to build capacity? Focusing on the root causes through community participation and social learning, are we building capacity and are we empowering? The most important is that sustainable. Are we able to withdraw from those communities and allow them to continue with those projects? I was listening earlier to Prof. Engelhill's presentation, and for me that was almost a perfect example of a developmental approach. The question is, how do we monitor and evaluate? Yesterday was a speaker that spoke about monitoring and evaluation. This model could also assist us in evaluation and monitoring. We could monitoring what was a community participation. We could monitor the social learning. We could monitor the capacity building. We could monitor and evaluate how many people were empowered and the sustainability. An evidence-based approach to support the development approach could be based on a couple of factors. Firstly, behavior, analyst, strategy, intervention, and continuation. And there you could see, I think the majority of the previous speakers emphasized that we need behavior change. So we need evidence, we need to generate evidence and come up with evidence-based strategies that speaks to behavior. Then we need to analyze it, formalize our strategies, implement, and if there's a need for continuation, we need to continue. Focus on the next area of behavior, and by creating that evidence and use it in social crime prevention, most probably we would be in a position to speak to gender-based violence. Before I conclude with my recommendation and conclusion, the VC also challenged us to come up with new ways of thinking, new ways of approaching the scourge within our environment, but also influencing our communities out there. And I would really like to believe that applying a developmental approach would allow us, supported by an evidence-based social crime forensics approach, would allow us to speak to the underlying causes, the root causes. Academic institutions should be central in the implementation. And lastly, last night when we listened to the story by Ms. Duffett, and one of her plea was that we need a center, that we are in need of a center to speak to gender-based violence, specifically with regards to support. And the studies support that call, and we are saying we need a center also to speak to the prevention of violent crime. So, Ms. Duffett, your story moved, and the dean, the chairperson, promised that he will respond to it, and we'll definitely, through our study, support your call. In conclusion, gender-based violence and femicide contribute significantly. And that's why we are rated as one of the most violent countries in the world. I repeat, the reliance of law enforcement and the criminal justice system is unfortunately ineffective, and these challenges prove reactive, ineffective, and insufficient. I thank thee.
Thank you. You know, I was one of the people that were worried when we had two old men coming up the stairs. And like, you know. I'm not going to summarize. I'm going to ask Ms. Brightness Mongoloti from HES SA to tell us about women academic bullying experience in higher education as a manifestation of GBV.
Molweni, sanbonani, dumelang. Thank you. I've been introduced as the director of HES SA, which is an organization that does development of women leaders in higher education. And I also stand here as a former academic. I stand here also as a former leader of a union that is NEHAU. I also stand here as a former leader in higher education, both private and public universities. I've worked there, I've led in those positions. And I'm standing here also as a victim of workplace bullying. And I think this is part of also my positionality so that you understand where I come from. I started in academia as a young black woman in a space where it was highly, I want to say infested, highly populated with white males. And I had to find my way in that particular space. And it's sad to say it's actually still a reality for a number of people in higher education. And we talk about transformation in higher education, but the mechanisms are not actually doing what they're supposed to do, because it's what I call the rolling door. People are coming in and people are going out. So we are not going to achieve this gender transformation that we want to achieve. And then my topic is actually a chicken and egg issue. And I must confess, I was told you're going to present brightness. So this is a portion of my PhD. But as I was listening to the presentations and also trying to understand what's coming out, I thought maybe I should just zoom into the model that I've created so that we understand what is happening. And it's very encouraging to see that we are actually moving into a space of socio-ecological model by Prof. Banner. And it's very interesting, there's a bioecological model which actually expands what happens in the socio-ecological model. With that said, manifestation, one might be asking, why am I saying the manifestation of GBV? And in a context of higher education, when we talk just about GBV, we think GBV is sexual harassment. We think GBV, it's basically physical. You slap someone, or it's physical. But we don't think about the psychological part of GBV. We don't think about or talk about the verbal and non-verbal part of GBV. And when you look into the etymology or the origin of manifestation, which is a Latin word, the Latin word basically saying we're giving the name to the nameless. We're revealing. And I'm saying this, I want to reveal that GBV, it's not just about sexual harassment. It's not just about physical. So it's about time that we name the experiences of women so that we can also inform policies, not just in higher education, in our country. So this is my outline. I always say there's what you prepare to present, there's what you actually present, and there's what that you wish that you could have presented. So I'm going to deviate a bit from this. It's the introduction, literature review, theoretical framework, methodology, finding, and conclusion. I'm a woman of few words, but I thought, let's define what GBV is. And this GBV refers to harmful acts directed at an individual based on their gender. It is rooted on one, gender inequality, the abuse of power. I think from the floor, the issue of power relations have been highlighted, have been flagged by several speakers. And it's not just about the inequalities, just about power. It's harmful. So that actually means it has negative impact on you who is at the receiving end. And then while GBV has been a subject of intensive research in higher education, bullying has received less attention as a form of GBV. So I'm saying let's start looking into this. And then daily, millions of women workers are compelled to work in a degrading, hostile, or intimidating settings and experience various unwelcome forms of sexual conducts, ask for sexual favors, exposed to inappropriate jokes, insinuations and comments, and unwanted physical contacts that can amount to assault, which can be summed up as workplace bullying. Yesterday we heard, the only time we think about harassment, we think about cyberbullying. If it's not virtual, it's also face-to-face. The face-to-face is the workplace bullying that I am talking about at this particular juncture. And very interestingly, the two intersect. Whilst we are in the office, there's an abuse of emails. You know how people strategically copy people? Sometimes blind copy people. Or when they try to expose you, they copy people and they wonder what gaan so. Why did they have to copy these people? And when you correct them, conveniently they remove those people. So I'm going to urge you, bring them back so that you have the closure. So the objective here of this paper is to reveal what is unseen about GBV in the workplace. So just a bit of literature, how workplace bullying is defined. There are different words that have been used. It also depends on the country that you find yourself in, which is basically contextuals. Others, they talk about harassment. Others, they talk about bullying. Others, they talk about mobbing. So it depends where you find yourself in. And we all know context inform what is accepted as bullying and what is not accepted as bullying. That is nationally orientated. So this one author, in fact, this definition is the widely referenced definition. And it doesn't make it correct because now I have my own definition to say, there's more to workplace bullying. Workplace bullying can be defined as a repeated, less favorable treatment of a person by another or others in the workplace, which may be considered unreasonable and inappropriate workplace practice. It includes behavior that intimidates, offends, degrades, or humiliates a worker, possibly in front of workers, clients, or customers. The perpetrators of this bullying, it's your senior line managers, and research is showing not just in South Africa, but profoundly in the East and also the global South. The main perpetrators are supervisors. And that's what we call vertical bullying. There's also what we call horizontal bullying, that is when colleagues are bullying you. But there's also what is called upward bullying, and something that we don't talk about. And what do we mean by upward bullying? It's when those that are reporting to you bully you. And GBV plays itself very nicely. Ne? It's not because of the power. Remember, you have power because of your authority as a leader, but because sometimes you do not have the expertise that they have. He's a professor. He has published. In fact, as part of my findings, some of the participants actually say, the professor told me you can go and report me. In fact, I pay your salary because the money that I'm bringing into this university, it's more than what they're paying you. So guess what? Who are they going to let go? Who's fooling who? And these are the things that are actually making women to self-silence, because you have observed what happens to those who report. Sometimes you become labeled. In a context, we have a number of anecdotes in South Africa. I mean, recent cases in the media. And the nice thing or the sad thing about bullying, when we talk about the context of South Africa and when we talk about upward bullying always manifests itself as mobbing. A group of colleagues come together, they're going to complain about Dr. Cronje, there's something wrong about Dr. Cronje, and how the system operates, the system says, if the majority is saying this, then you are the person that is wrong. The realities of South Africa is not yet transformed. Quite funny, we say, I'm part of the International Workplace Bullying and Harassment Board. It's a worldwide organization. And it's very, very interesting. The context of South Africa, the population of South Africa, the majorities are African. You come to the universities, there are minorities. So you can just imagine, when we talk about upward bullying, who then is bullied? It's that woman that we are advancing transformation and we celebrate and we say we have the first black woman who is a leader. We don't provide them with the support, and then we ask ourselves, why are they exiting the system? So across the globe in the last 20 years, workplace bullying has been established as an extreme social stressor. You talk about all forms of stress. Asikho istress esibuhlungu njengokubhulishwa. where you are part of being gaslighted, it's bullying. You know that moment you make a circle in your house, you ask yourself, am I losing my mind? Was I supposed to say, did I say this? That moment you speak with yourself, then they say, it's his fault. Something is wrong. But unfortunately, a number of studies have been done, but there was no name that is given to these experiences. We have a book, a wonderful book by some of my colleagues, Black Academics Experiences. We just talk about these lived experiences, but they don't have a name. The focus of research also have been about prevalence. I come from the social sciences, I'm more qualitative, and when research has been done international, most of the research has been focusing on, is bullying prevalent? And it's visible, it is. And the two sectors where there is more bullying, it's in education and in public sector. And when I say education, schools, higher educations, and remember, although we talk about school bullying, those bullies, they grow up, they go to work, they perpetrate. And then also, because they were more interested on the prevalence, and then there were also, when you want to say it's prevalent, it is happening, most of the studies were using what we call the negative act questionnaire, which is the NAQ, and then it also became revised, and then we have now the NAQR, that is the revised. But what that was actually looking at was the behaviors. What behaviors that exist that we can say there is bullying in those workplaces? And some of those behaviors, in fact, the behaviors are grouped into three. There is what we call work-related bullying. There is what we call personal bullying, personal indirect bullying, there is personal direct bullying. But here's the case. And why I thought, no, I will continue with this presentation and align it to GBV, because it is GBV. When we talk about these behaviors, the workload, the work process, when they're shifting opinions, they are overruling decision, when your boss suddenly flaunt their status, there's a controlling of resources. Some of you might relate. You want to attend a conference, you are told that you can go to a conference, but suddenly there is no money, or suddenly there is something very important that actually means you can't go and attend the conference. How this GBV manifests itself? Sometimes they make an advancement, they want the transactional sex, and then if you say no, then you start experiencing these things. Suddenly you're getting too much workload. Suddenly there's excessive monitoring. Suddenly there is the judging of your work wrongly. Suddenly there is unfair criticism of what you are saying. You are being undermined, you are questioned. There are things that are said about you. And you feel like, you know what, I used to be a star in this department. What's happening? Bear in mind, bullying is psychological. Bullies are very strategic. They play with your mind. They play with your psyche. And the pro, not professors, pros, the pro of this game, they go and tell people, you know what, Dr. Cronje is the best. He is wonderful. I love the work that you do. Behind closed door, they do the opposite. And guess what? They have an alibi. Because now you come back and say, this is what they are saying. This is what this particular person is saying. You say, no. We know. In fact, at one meeting, he said this and that and that. And then you go cuckoos, ne? Now you're asking who's fooling who? What's wrong? Is it me? Am I overthinking what is actually happening? And then with this, beyond the behaviors, researchers were now interested in the outcomes. What happens when someone is bullied? So they looked and engaged. Health issues were coming to the fore. The career is affected. And maybe before I go there, I said, when you said no, they start exercising this. Or sometimes they exercise this and they say, if you do give, I'll return the favor. All of this is going to stop. So with that said, now they were trying to understand what's the impact of this bullying. And as they were engaging on the impact, bullying affects your health, emotionally, psychologically, physically. It affects your career. You cannot be promoted. Suddenly, when you're supposed to attend conferences, you can't attend the conferences. It's very messy. You get the gatekeepers, and guess what? Your supervisor is an editor of a journal where you're supposed to publish. Ne? These spaces are ethical, ne? We assume sometimes. The supervisor is supposed to be the editor. The supervisor is your supervisor. Sometimes the supervisor is your PhD supervisor. And why shouldn't I be silent when I'm experiencing this? Because my career depends on this person. And hence you find some people, when you say, I'm a director, and so who did you sleep with? Because we believe that's the norm. There's no way that you can get the job without sleeping with someone. I need the whole day, but it's okay. And then we move to prevention. When you prevent, we mean you ensure that something does not happen. It's about zero tolerance. And the prevention within the space of workplace bullying, so many people, I heard very nicely, we have the policy. But policy has no meaning because the people who exercise the policy are the ones who give meaning. And sometimes the same people, they misquote, misuse that policy. My alarm, allow me, Chair. I haven't even started, but I think I've given you the scope of what is happening. With that said, universities, institutions, organizations are looking at how do we prevent? But what they neglect, it's not just to focus on the primary factors of prevention. You also need to look at the secondary factors. That is the management part. Once this bullying has taken place, how do you assist the one who is bullied? And not just the bullied, how do you assist the bully? And one thing that we also neglect is that as you are bullied, there are observers. What's the role of the observers? In my findings, I actually say there are no innocent observers. People choose their side. When they choose to be silent, it's choosing a side. When they choose to side with the perpetrator, it's choosing the side. When you say you are neutral, you're still choosing a side. So let me expedite this. Wait, no lunch. You have the abstract. Let me just go to, there were 25 women that I engaged with. The bigger study, 25 women. I also had unions. I also had HR people. And then I also analyzed documents, that is policies that speak directly on harassment with the 3 universities that I was engaging with. And then picking up from the socio-ecological model, because mine is to say, let's use an intersectional theory to understand this beast that we are confronted with. And why am I saying this? When we look at GBV issues, we universalize them. We say women are experiencing this. And the experiences are different based on our intersecting identities. By virtue, something that came up from my finding, non-South African, not non-foreigners, black, young, with their ranks as being juniors, had more cases of workplace bullying, more experiences of workplace bullying. Whilst white women had experiences, but there were little behaviors that they were exposed to. Whilst African women experienced bullying, but they were bullied at multiple levels. The white people were just saying, I was bullied by my supervisor, and this is what the supervisor is doing. And in most cases, it was a white male. But if you look at black people, African people, the African people, you find they're bullied by their students, they're bullied by their colleagues, they're bullied by their supervisor, they're bullied by people from outside the university. They're bullied by their juniors also. Remember, when we look into intersectionality, it's about power, it's about privilege and oppression. So you'd find that you are oppressed because of your color. Brightness, you don't belong in this office. The young white males who actually say, I cannot be reporting to a black girl. So let me come to the closed chairperson. Mine is to say, if we want to have a sustainable approach in dealing with workplace bullying / GBV, we need to use a holistic approach. And hence I'm advocating for a multi-stakeholder approach. And I'm also advocating for a multi-pronged approach. And how do we do that? And also, for you to actually understand, in fact, as I was looking at this, it applies everywhere. Because you need to understand, you need to dissect the antecedent, the causes, the risk. And once you understand the risk, you need to understand what are the mediators, what are the buffers, what makes someone say, yes, I'm bullied, but it's not going to affect me. Also, as you are bullying, what mediates that? And very interestingly, with white women, they had a support system within the university. The black women, that is African, colored, and Indian, most of them were saying, I depend on my family. I have to call a colleague in another university. And that speaks about issues of diversity. And when we talk about belonging, is having someone that you can go to in your organization. So that means they don't belong. That means they're alienated, they're isolated, and you wonder why certain people publish more than others. And then with that, mine is to actually say, don't just look at the case of bullying, that is the perpetrator and the target. Look at the muscle level, the co-workers. What roles are they playing? But also look at an institutional level. What about the culture of the institution? What about the climate? What about the leadership? But also importantly, look at the macro system. And what do I mean by macro system? Look at what is currently happening politically, economically, and so forth. Especially from an economic lens. When there is an economic instability, people are less likely to speak up. But importantly, which is another angle, look at the chrono system. The chrono system speaks about time. Look at the past. What about the past that makes people silent? What about the past of the university that silence people? With that said, I think the intervention, don't just look at preventing, come up with intervention when bullying has taken place, And then the tertiary, it's more, how do we rehabilitate those who have experienced bullying? With that said, I just want to say, I believe this is a more sustainable approach. If we are going to operate in silos as universities and we think we're going to solve GBV, we are not going to get there. Thank you very much.
I said this session do not need, we actually require 2 hours. We are going to only, I think we'll be only using the 12 minutes that is left to past so that we can take lunch. But to take a summary from all the speakers, is we do not, once we start to operate in silos, we're gonna have a very nice policies that are gonna be collecting dust. I think we know that if in Kraaifontein it took me 2 hours from 11 o'clock at night to 1 o'clock at night to open up a case where there was a gender-based violence related case, what happens to a person who's going to take about 4 hours to the police station? So if we are not together on this, we are going to have a problem. And we are saying now, in the context of CPUT, I am here not as a union leader, I'm here as a woman, as a person from the Women Empowering Program. So I'm here, just happened that I'm also a union leader. The question is, where are the others? And now we are the people that when the victims, they are experiencing all this, they run to the employer and the perpetrator runs to us. Constitutionally, we have an obligation to protect them because they become vulnerable now on this state. Now there's a change of power dynamics. Now when you go and represent and the person is found guilty and you start to see the person has committed this thing, what happens to us? What was our role in that gender-based violence that actually has happened? And then how is then the institution looking at those things in trying to say, we need to assist the representatives also, because now you come back and you are labeled as, you are guilty by association. That's why when I said I label myself as a union representative, they're the one that represent the alleged perpetrators. So where do we get that balance? I think because everyone talks about everything else, but you look like these unions who happen to be employees of the same organization. So what's going to happen? Don't you think that in the participation of protecting in that process is actually now causing us to be bullied on the other side? Because we actually participated in the GBV yesterday by protecting a perpetrator. That is a constitutional right that can take the union to court for failing to protect them. Where do we get the balance? Do you think that the formal disciplinary process is actually a fair way of doing it in terms of social justice? Or is there another way? Researchers, we need your expertise on this. So those are the things that we're actually looking at them. So what are the best practices? And we cannot run away from the fact that as much as we have GBV, the concept of GBV has caused a lot of male and other employees of CPUT to be dismissed by a crime that they did not commit. So now how then do we balance this? Because this concept is used in certain instances to get rid of you. Mlumiso, you're a problem. We're going to get a female student to go to your office and is going to come out crying. We live in a situation where when I get into my office, I lock my office. If you want to see me, we meet in the HOD boardroom. Because I'm a union leader. So, because if you come to my office and you come out crying, no one will listen to me. I'll be suspended the same day. So, those are the questions that we need answers on. And these are the discussions that we need to have as leaders from different aspects in this institution to discuss, so that we can use this sensible and this environment, this vulnerable term as a tool to bully. You know, but anyway, 5 minutes, we have questions. I'm just posing an open question. I'm not sure, I don't expect an answer now, but I'm saying this is the summary of what actually is happening. We're going to open up questions, and I think my presenters are gonna take notes, and then they're gonna give a comprehensive report. After this, Madam Q, next. I'm so used in the union activities. People get excited when they hear others asking questions and they start lifting up their hands. So I need us to get who wants to ask a question so that you are not excited by the other person. Okay, the person with a head cap at the back. Yes, I've also noted that is 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. I think, yeah. Then we've got 4. You have noted, Mine? Okay. Then let's give the platform in that order. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ngidiwe, and my surname is Komoyi. I am Director, Human Capital Operations and Services here in CPUT. Very impressive presentations to all speakers. I'm very much touched. My question that I noted was going to, whether it's a question or a comment, to firstly Mr. Silicha. Sorry if I've pronounced it incorrectly, it's fine. What I wanted to note in terms of your root causes in view of prevention of GBV is the fact that I did not see where it emanates from. And in my perception, that I think throughout I'm missing where it emanates from. Because it cannot, from my understanding, that GBV emanates from the community. My understanding, or in view of how I look into it, it emanates from families, from home. That is where GBV should be looked at in terms of the first prevention, because these people that are violating women or men are coming from homes, from families. So what is it that we should be doing in terms of developing from the root cause, which is the family? There is no perpetrator that is not coming from a home. Whether that home is broken, whether that home is not broken. But a perpetrator comes from a family, from a home, from, you understand me when I'm saying from a family. And that then goes to the next door, to the community, to churches, to the country. They don't just come from the top, but there is a bottom where I think we miss in terms of developing, in terms of getting the root cause from that family environment. It's not a question, it's a comment. We possibly need to look into that in our research. Secondly, mine is to thank Ms. Brightness. From a human resources or human capital point of view, you've touched everything with regard to workplace bullying. There is not much that I can say in terms of what you have said from the people that we are working with and from the people that we're reporting to, from the people that we are serving, especially in my discipline, in human resources. We find, even from the unions that Mr. Mlumiso is talking about, that you are bullied in a way of shutting down, don't talk, or escalating whatever that the union has been engaging you about, escalating it to higher level, and higher level granting whatever they need to grant to the unions without consulting the person that has been, in engagement with the union on whatever matter. So I think I agree with you, and I had it all with regard to bullying in the workplace. Thank you.
Number 2, Cap.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My names and surnames are Kwena Edmond Mapuma. I'm a CPUT peer mentor in a broader context. So one of my duties is to consolidate the CPUT Amajidasmans program. So I'm gonna be speaking at that viewpoint of the CPUT Amajidasmans program. Not giving an excuse, because we are quite aware that the GBV cases are mainly directed to females based on statistics, meaning they affect females mostly. So I wanted to deviate a little to say that also our males and boys and the gender neutral pronunciation group, how can we accommodate them? So I asked this question because I heard from the VC again, he spoke more about asking new questions. So I've come up with this question, but in a creative manner, to say what needs to happen to a boy child so that he can grow up knowing that there are certain limits where he can't go. For example, I've seen a pattern. We know that our social media pages, it's our second identity, and we tend to get inspirations to people who are quite doing moves in their respective lives. So what needs to happen is that also males should be exposed on how to use their social media pages. Note that there are female counterparts and gender non-conforming people looking at the very same people who are making moves. For example, I'm going to give on a CPUT Amajitas Men's Program Perspective Facebook page. We have a program that's running there, and I'm quite aware because I've been monitoring the people who follow the pages. I've noticed that the VC is not on the page, which is a very good page where by our male students at large are sharing pledges where after every discussion we have with them, obviously we know that you're going to come out as a new man due to the information you have been pumped out inside that thing. So we believe that we see more prominent faces on our Facebook page where if they're interested, let them share those posts of new men at CPUT that comes out and speaks about gender-based violence. Also, my speaker yesterday captured me that we don't want to see a CPUT with a board written to the postgrad res that don't walk at night because there are no lights there at the postgrad residences. So again, I think we should redefine the types of rapes that our men encounter. It's quite true that I can say we feel attacked in a way, because you will know that sometimes it takes a person a couple of years. Just imagine 25 years after building my life, a person comes with a rape allegation, which they tend to be false accusation at many instances. I don't say raping, reporting a GBV case at a later stage is prohibited. Yes, you can report it, but my influence is to say, if you feel that you are harassed or encountered any form of gender-based violence, please, my advice is to say, go and report that case, because who knows that after reporting, that person will come clean to say, okay, I did this 1, 2, 3, I can confirm, I can serve the penalties. That's how we're gonna impact change. So my motivation is to say to the young ladies, after encountering that certain challenge, just go and report for not pushing the rape cultures that we see on our social media pages, so that we can also stop the GBV at that certain point of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the speakers. I have a question for you, Mr. Clive Brown. So I was very interested in the reflection that you put in 2002. So what would you actually say to your younger self today? And what has been the source of your affirmation since that comment was made? Then for you, Mr. Leslie, I just want you to unpack a bit around your sustainable development model. What do you mean about that aspect in your model? Miss Loni Masanganyane, oh no, sorry to butcher, Maswanganye. I just wanted to check, because you spoke about rural findings in higher education. So I want to, number one, find out, was this an experience in one university or more? If you could maybe tell us more about your sample of universities. And then Brightness, thank you so much for your presentation as well. I'm just interested in finding out whether at any point in your journey, are you going to actually look at the provisions of the ILO C190 in comparison to the revised code of good practice? Because I see that we are very low on violence and very high on harassment. And I wonder what will then be the implications of the omission of detailing violence in the world of work, like ILO does in our code of good practice. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My question is to Clive. You talk about, I think your title is about reflexivity, but I kind of could not understand because reflexivity is a concept that emanates from educationists, and I felt like it's still within reflective, not reflexive. And I think if you could actually explain why did you choose reflexivity instead of reflective?
Okay, now I'm gonna do it this way so that we can go and have lunch. I'm gonna start that side. We do it the parliamentary style. 2 minutes to respond. Yes, then it's, I'm gonna start from you. Closing remarks, if there is no question posed on you, but you actually just answer the question. 2 minutes.
Thank you.
There's a mic next to you.
Thank you for the questions. The very first question was about the root causes. And the person posed a question with regards to family in regards to the root causes. However, we need to understand that families are living in communities. And families get influenced by communities. One such an incident could be that we are challenged with a triple challenge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. If that's part of our community, the question should be, how does it influence a family? How does it influence on individual level? How does it influence on the other levels? Yes, the family is important, and we identify that as on the individual level, family level, community level, society level, we need to intervene. But we need to understand that there are various influences from the community that also influence the behavior of families and vice versa. So yes, we need to focus on the family behavior in terms of that. So thanks for that contribution. The second question posed to me was about the sustainable development. What are we entailing by saying sustainable development, and how are you going to achieve that? Our understanding is that sustainable development, if you put in place something to deal with an issue today, that same activities and your responses must be available for future use. That would be sustainable. No use. Got a challenge today with regards to gender-based violence. We put a program in place. We do under all the research, we put a program in place. It's successful today, but it's not available for use in future. So that's what sustainability in terms of our project is supposed to be. It will allow us, if we deal with that in that way, it will allow us to then reflect and focus on the next challenge within that specific environment. And I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm going to start with the gentleman's question. I can sit here and I can spin you with an answer that to your question, but I think there's a language issue right there. Perhaps in my view, I thought that both words meant the same. So I will take that into consideration, that there's a line between reflexivity and reflecting. Is that what you're saying? Thank you for that. I would like to respond to the lady in front, and I want to say 21 years back, I would have wanted to say to that young gentleman exiting the school that your voice will matter, that you will walk into spaces that he will open up for you, and there will be people listening to you, and you will influence people who think that they don't matter, and they will find their voice, and they will be able to say, because you opened your mouth, I can also do that. So that is what I would have wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question, ma'am. So since this was a secondary data, sorry, this. No, let me respond. Thank you for your question, ma'am. So since this was a secondary study, our data was analyzed using various documentaries from higher education institutions in South Africa, but more specifically, we focused more on the data from University of Limpopo. Thank you.
Thank you.
To our guest speaker, thank you for your question. Sikolile. Thank you. To your question, I do flag issues of the Code of Good Practice, which has recently been documented. And I honestly have to say, myself and my colleague, we did a submission when there was a call. There are a lot of gaps in that Code of Good Practice. The IOL, I bring it in as part of the reference because when you look at the macro level, it's not just looking from a political, economical factor, but you also need to look into the global space to say, from a policy, legal perspective, what are the things that are coming to the fore that informs what happens in the country. Hence, it's important as you engage with GBV. No, I'm bullied by the system.
Yes, let's blame the system.
I think from a global perspective, there's a lot that needs to be done. But as much as I believe on thinking globally, but we also need to contextualize and look into the realities of South Africa. And sometimes when we look at legal factors, we forget, I think when we talk about intersectionality, sometimes we limit it to issues of social identity. There is more to intersectionality more than the demographical factors or social identities. By virtue of looking into the socio-ecological model, it's an intersection because you're saying the experiences are systematic. I didn't touch into the part to say, in fact, our universities are gendered, racialized, and class. And by virtue of that, who is at the helm of the leadership informs policy. The ranks of the people inform the experiences of people. If you go to the meso level, which is at the group level, your colleagues, there are in-groups and out-groups dynamics. And those in-groups and out-groups are informed by social identities. So it's very important to understand the context so that when you start to dissect, that's why I say holistically look at the intersection at different levels, at multiple levels. If we're just going to look at it from an interpersonal level, we're shooting ourselves on the foot because we're just saying there is a problem, there is a bullying that is taking place or GBV that is taking place. Let's engage with the perpetrator and the target. But we neglect to appreciate, as a colleague of mine was saying, our universities are a reflection of our society. So from a macro level, what we need to understand, we bring ourselves to work. It doesn't mean when I get at the gates of the university, I need to wear a different cap. But I must say, we do that. Once we enter certain universities, we lose our identity. We assimilate so that we can be accepted, so that we don't become bullied. So the whole issue, it's complex. If you're just going to simplify, and this is what I'm finding from studies, they simplify this GBV as if, no, there's a man who's bullying. What are the issues? That's why I say also have the foresight to also look at the back. What about our history that is actually influencing this? And I know people would say, no, don't look into apartheid. It's the thing of the past. The apartheid is present as much as you think it's not present. Only when your privileges are removed, then you realize that it is present. And I'm saying this especially when we engage with black people from an African perspective. And when I say black, African, Indian, colored, I'm not excluding white people, but I'm zooming specifically on black people. And I've identified also there are issues of class. Sometimes it's not just the issue of race, it's about class. It's about who are you. Ndiyakwazi wena niyahlupheka kokwenu uzongixelela ntoni wena. So you studied with a bursary or scholarship. So you are a nothing. So there are just so many factors. So we need to be cognizant of that as we are engaging in this topic. I'm competing with lunch colleagues. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think this session is going to continue within the university space because we're going to probe a discussion on this matter. And now that we have data and research, is going to assist us. I'm asking now for everyone, in the morning you were given a piece of paper to evaluate us or evaluate the conference. Please, we are looking for that paper because it's going to assist us to evaluate, to get data on how we have behaved and analyze and see where there is a room for improvement. So thank you very, very much for giving me such attention. I feel very important because of you today. We are going to have lunch and do me so we'll see. And for my speakers, yeah, You have actually probed a lot of questions and discussions. Maybe we might phone you to say, come, let's talk about what you have said. Thank you.
Is supposed to be back? What time? Colleagues, I'm told that you just need 30 minutes for lunch. Please be back in the venue at 2:15. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am mindful that there are probably colleagues still having lunch, but in the interest of time, I think we should get started, and it will be their loss anyway, because this is a really powerful session, and we have heard quite a lot over the last day and a half on gender-based violence from different perspectives. But this next session looks at gender-based violence, religion and culture, spirituality and social factors, and gender-based violence and sexuality. And I'm sure you'll agree that these dimensions that you can't quantify, but you know are really at the heart of some of the social ills that we see, are often neglected in academic spaces like this. So for us to have this kind of conversation, I think is a real privilege. My name is Susanna Ngwala. I am a senior lecturer in the media department. I am also the faculty language and transformation coordinator for the Faculty of Informatics and Design. And I must say, I am very nervous, which is very unusual, because the panel is going to start off with a keynote from someone whose work really has been foundational. So you know, in academia, you read these scholars and you never imagine meeting them. So we are really, really fortunate to have Professor Simpiwe Sisanti, who's going to be delivering a keynote address on GBV within the socio-economic context. And Professor Sisanti is a professor at the University of the Western Cape, and he's based in the Faculty of Education. He is a former editor of the International Journal of African Renaissance Studies. He holds 2 PhDs, one in journalism studies, which is from Stellenbosch University, and another in philosophy from the Wits University. He has taught at Stellenbosch University's Journalism Department, at the Nelson Mandela University's Department of Journalism, Media and Philosophy, and at the University of South Africa's Institute of African Renaissance Studies. And he has published widely in accredited journals on various issues. And the ones that, really have resonated with me relate to how African ways of being and knowing are centered within journalism. But today, he will be talking about GBV within the socio-economic context. Prof. Sisanti, we are really privileged to have you, and we are really looking forward to hearing your remarks.
Igama likaQamata lakuhlala lingcwele. Igama lakhe lakuhlala linhloni ngokuba ungumdalo ngolathwayo, ngokuba ungumdalo ongajongwayo, sonele kunike iminyanya, sinqule kunye bekokhokho sithi sithethe zenu namasiko enu. Mawakhe igazi lethu, thulane emithanjeni yethu, ukuxabisa ukokwethu, hlaziyane ezingqondweni zethu, ukuzazi basisizwe, dedisani ilifu elimnyama ebomini bethu, kuvele ukhanya, sinike namathongo ohlambulukileyo, ngawo sizwe impilo nethamsanqa ngokuba amandla negunya lenu masitheni icamako. Masicamakusheni. Masitheni icamako. Sicamakushe kamnandi kwezwe zasemakhomandi zakwaqhebene bazawuququqwa sithunga sithatha uduka namahlathi masitheni icamako. Sicamakushe kamnandi kwezwe zasematshoyeni zakwadikiza zakwasawa zakankomo zakamthuzimele zakwachungwa masitheni icamako. Sitsho kamnandi kwezwe zasematshonyeni zakwadikiza zakwasawa zakwankomo zakamthuzimele masitheni icamako. Izizwe zamangqosini ociwa shotiti bonozinga abantu bomlamba besuthu masitheni icamako. Ezasematshaweni zakwatshiwo zakwakhawuta zakwaphalo zakatoko zakabhotongwane zakubulawo zakongonyamana masitheni icamako. Ezo zasemantakweni zakwatyebeleni zakwabentuka zakwalibele zakwakhangashe masitheni icamako. Izizwe zasemantani zakwasopitsho yimeme ngobengcoko mazondo njabaqaba kadliwa dliwa zimbuzi ngenxa yothulunga masitheni icamako. Izizwe zasesithabuthini zakwandebe zakwachesana zakwakhuphoyi masitheni icamako. Kwezo ziswengetheni masitheni icamako. Ezisemiqolombweni masitheni icamako. Ezisemkhathweni masitheni icamako. Masitheni icamako. Xhosa. It will not be possible for those who do not speak the language that I speak to be able to translate or to interpret what I was doing now. But for those who have made an effort to study a bit of African culture and African history, they will know that despite all the claims to the contrary, African people are one. Culturally, they are so. And it is for this reason that if you go to Nigeria or go to Kenya, Tanzania, or to go to Kemet, and to go to this part that they call South Africa, you will find that the African people throughout, they pour water and say Icamagu. This word Icamagu comes from the word amacam. Amacam means water. And so when we say Icamagu, we say life to you. We are wishing you life because water is the source of life. But these people who came to these shores because they wanted to forget us, to forget who we were or who we are, they told us that we must say good morning or goeie môre, and we thought that this was the way, and we began to say molo to each other, and we thought that we had always been saying molo to each other. The only strange thing being that we don't really know what it means to say molo, because that is not our source of reference. And when we say Icamagu to one another, we frown upon it because we think that it is associated with izangoma or amagqirha. And we say we are not izangoma. And thus we become what we were meant to be, strangers to ourselves. Because they knew these people, they knew pretty well, as Mugiwa Thiongo tells us, that language is not merely an instrument of communication. Language is a memory bank of a people's culture. It is a carrier of their history. It is a carrier of their culture. And so when you lose your culture, you lose your memory. You will lose your memory when you lose your language. And because we have lost our language, this is what has happened to us. When I have a conversation with many, I ask, what do you call a vagina in your language? And they giggle and become very nervous. There they are. Inevitably, they are giggling. Because the word vagina sounds normal to them in English. But when we go to it in isiXhosa, and I tell them that vagina in isiXhosa is inyo, and there you are, did you listen? You? There was that you because in isiXhosa, when you refer to inyo, it sounds rude. It sounds vulgar. Because we've been made to think that our languages are languages of barbarism and the languages of vulgarity. But examine these languages or your language closely, and you will see that the word, when they say to you, your mother, in isiXhosa, they will say, unyoko. You will have to do a quick calculation and divide the word into two. Unyo wako. When you get that word and divide it properly, and you understand that it means unyoko, umama wako, it tells you about your origins. That in isiXhosa we recognize, and all other Nguni languages and perhaps others, what should be obvious to all of us? That all human beings have come through into this world through the vagina. The gateway for every human being, whether that person is a man or a woman, you have all come through inyo. Had we not thought that this word was vulgar, and we're teaching our children every day, boys and girls, that the gateway to life is through inyo, uphumenyweni mntwanam, then the boys would know that inyo is not something to be violated. that inyo is a sacred space because inyo is a gateway to life. And you would know when you are told that upumenyweni kanyoko, that is not something to violate. You would know that inyo is a sensitive part of a human being. You will not pride yourself in claiming that ndimkewanya lamdan. You wouldn't use that. You wouldn't say in English, I devoured her until she shed. Because the question that you would raise to that boy is, you came through this way in that fashion. Does that mean that in order for you to come into this world, uyihlo watya unyoko wanyana? Wena usisiphumo sokutyiwa kukanyoko. Ukuze ube lapha kwatyiwa unyoko, xa uthi utya lo mntwana oqala umuntu watyiwayo unyoko. Xa uzawugqavula umuntu othandana naye uphuma ungena noma kanjani, ithi loo nto le nto ingenziwa kunyoko. It is when we are this graphic that we shall be able to deliver the message. It is because we tiptoe around these things and never are direct with them. And we do this all in the name of false diplomacy. And so we must begin to call things by their name. When we are together in our crawls, for some strange reason, everyone feels comfortable when we describe the genealogy of children in that family according to the father's clan. Kuthiwe lo mntwana uphuma esendeni kabani, omnye waphuwene isende likabani lathi, isende likabani lathi, isende likabani lathi. In that way, we are being taught that we are our children's fathers. We are our father's children. And therefore, when you are speaking about your family and your home, you are referring to your father. But when you are speaking about your mother's family, you say, kulo mama. Your father's side, kusekaya. Your mother's side, kukulo mama. Ekaya na kulo mama. Thus, not identifying yourself with your mother's family and not belonging there. In that way, then, you are able to trivialize and to belittle your mother's family. And yet our ancestors knew differently. Our ancestors taught us that maternity is a certainty and paternity is a probability. You are your mama's baby and you are your papa's maybe. It's our ancestors who taught us this. You are your mama's baby and you are your papa's maybe. And it is out of this resentment that men began to overthrow our ancestors' teachings. Because of their sense of insecurity, they began to want to name children after them, whereas our historical history tells us that our children were named according to their mother's clan, and they were named by their mothers. And it is for this reason that the nephews and the nieces hold a very special place in African cultural communities. Abachana esiXhoseni banelunda. They've got a particular piece of meat that is not given to the children of the boys of the family. It is a cultural statement that says, daughters' children are special because we know that they belong here. We are not so certain about the children of our sons. And this is our culture. It is our culture that teaches us, as ancient Kemet tells, that the home, the first home of all human beings is the womb. All human beings. The first home of every human being is the womb. We know that for sure. We have only been told by a particular book that a woman came out of the rib. We have never seen it. We have never witnessed it. We've only been told. But certainly we have seen a child coming out of the vagina from the womb. And that is why in our culture, woman is sacred. We do not lay the blame on the foot of the woman for having messed up the world. We do not call God only male. We do not say, our Father who art in heaven. So that men have the arrogance to think that they were created in the image of a male God. And because they think of themselves as gods, they think that they have the right to give and to take life because they are told that they were created in the image of a particular male God. Our ancestors taught us differently. God is a spiritual being who has got both the female and the male attributes. This is what our ancestors taught us. And so earlier on, I was listening to Ms. Ngobo saying, I think she was making an example about the forefathers. It is a language that we learn from a particular book that speaks about our forefathers. In our culture, we speak about forebears because our ancestors are both female and male. When we honor or revere our ancestors, we revere both females and males. It is for this reason that our ancestors, when they speak about this beautiful philosophy that has been misused and abused, Ubuntu, Phyllis Ntantala tells us that the word ububele comes from the word ibele. The word ububele speaks about kindness, it speaks about generosity, it speaks about everything that is beautiful. Because our ancestors understood that the first provider is a woman. The first provider for every human being is a woman. The act of breastfeeding is an act of generosity. Hence, ububele. Our ancestors taught us this. Our ancestors, they taught us. And our ancestors taught us that not only is the womb the first home of every human being, and that the first provider in the world is a woman through her breast, but they also told us, our ancestors, that the first protector, the first defender of human life is a woman. Because when a woman becomes pregnant, she has to choose how to walk, what to eat and what not to eat, how to sleep and how not to sleep, what position to hold and what not position to hold, so as to protect human life. So the first protector is a woman. Our ancestors taught us this. Our ancestors taught us this. It is what our African culture, our African philosophy has taught us. And then we began to hear strange voices who came and told us something differently, that a woman is inferior. And Ms. Ngobweli raised an important question about the smuggling of unpalatable teachings in our culture, where these boys would think that they are men only because they have their foreskins cut, and yet they still continue to behave like boys because they are taught foolishness. They are taught that when you get out of here with this Mercedes Benz, you must not put it into any garage. You must find a particular woman on whom uqabi futha lakho, whose daughter. And if you had just any bit of sanity in your mind, you would know that this thing, this violation of human being, flies in the face of African culture. But because we've been reduced into becoming zombies who do not think, you are given instructions to do all the evil that you do without thinking. And yet you call yourselves men. Boys. Abadlangiweyo nje. Thatha ijwabu ladlangwa. Ucinga umuntu ukuhlatywa kwejwabu ukumenza babe yindoda. Ayikokudlangwa okumenza umuntu abe yindoda. Ukudlangwa kuqiqa ngengqondo. Wenza into eziphucukileyo phakathi kwabantu. And I'm left with only a few seconds. And I'm a revolutionary, disciplined revolutionary, and I will say that Sheikh Anta Diop at the age of 25 said that when do we begin to speak of an African Renaissance? And he said that until we reclaim our African languages, we will never be able to reclaim our humanity, because we will not be cognizant and sensitive to all these elements of language that teaches us what it is and what it means to be human. Thank you so much, Professor Sesanti. I think the standing ovation is just a testament. I know I'm feeling particularly emotional. I think the emotion comes from the fact that there is so much we do not realize we have been robbed of by having been made to believe that brutality and just violence is part of who Africans are, you know. And as someone who studies media and thinking about the over-representation of how criminals and people who violate, it's rooted in who they are as Africans. The way that you spoke about where we come from, I think is something that makes me feel robbed. So just to sum up, if I can, which is probably quite impossible to do, some of the points that Professor Sesanti spoke about, I think the underlying theme was language and its centrality in carrying culture and memory. And when we do not know our language, we do not have the memory of where certain ideas that have come to shape us come from. The terms that you addressed were inyo, and how understanding its significance as the gateway of life is central, and ubele and linking that with ibele and just the place of women as life givers and things that are good
in African society has always been foundational. And I think you mentioned these in light of calling upon us to call things as they are. And when we name them according to our languages, we can get a full appreciation of the place of women that has been misrepresented by the other languages that we have taken on board. I really liked your point around how maternity is a certainty and paternity is a probability, and how the use of language has changed that, and how it was patriarchy being offended by the fact that we were acknowledging women as sort of the identity of children and turned it into patriarchy. Your point around the first home of all humans being in the womb, and just the central place of that in African culture, I think is something to really think about. And then finally, the belief system, I think it really hits home. The belief system that elevates men to a place of godlike status and then makes them feel entitled to take life, I think is really undergirding a lot of the gender-based violence that we see. So, Prof, thank you so much. I think colleagues will want to engage with you, and they'll have an opportunity to do that. But we are going to call up some of the people that are in the panel for this session. And I understand we only have one presentation, so no, that doesn't mean one person speaking. We've got 2 contributions, but only one PowerPoint presentation. We are going to have Mr. Sekwaila Mamabolo and Professor Witness Maluleka speaking on the influence of religion and culture on gender-based violence in Mankweng area in Limpopo. Can I please invite you to join us on the stage? I believe you've got your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Miss, by the way, not Mister. I've been looking at the program, and we have a professor, we have 2 doctors, and I'm the only Miss there, and I'm like, girl, you gotta work hard. I mean, the pressure's getting worse. So Prof. Witness Maluleke won't be joining me. He's not here, so I'll be doing this presentation alone. The presentation is titled The Influence of Religion and Culture on Gender-Based Violence in Mankweng area, Limpopo. This is where I come from, Turfloop. I got homies in the house. It's not projecting. Oh. Thank you. And this is what I'll cover in my presentation: the introduction, the problem statement, methodology, the literature, the study findings, I'll get to it, and the concluding remarks. According to McPhillips and Page, gender-based violence, which is also known and discussed in seminars, webinars, conferences, and even classes, is and continues to be a focal point. Oak defines gender-based violence as the physical pain inflicted on a person, mainly on account of their gender. And these elements of GBV include sexual violence, psychological violence, physical, sexual harassment, and verbal insults. Both women and men experience gender-based violence, but the majority of victims are women and girls. Therefore, for this presentation, I'll be focusing on women and girls. I'm not ignoring the fact that men also get violated, but for this presentation, I'll be focusing on women and girls. South Africa is one of the most, and this is my problem statement, South Africa is one of the countries with the highest rate of gender-based violence, with a total number of 92,152 reported cases of assault, with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, common assault, sexual offenses, and murder for the past 2 years. Limpopo province with a record of 49,165 and Mankweng with a total of 179 reported cases in the years 2018 to 2022. And this is according to the Crime Stats South Africa. So the categories that I've mentioned here isn't to say these are what constitutes gender-based violence. There are others that Ms. Brightness highlighted, but I just wanted to give a rough sketch of what is it that we're looking at. Amongst all the areas in Limpopo, the focus will be Mankweng area, as researchers strongly believe that Mankweng is a religious and cultural community, and the more widespread religion is in a society, the more frequent unpleasant acts against women occur. I think Prof touched on that when you took my presentation. The culture of gender-based violence and misogyny devalues women, girls, normalizes abuse, claims gender-based violence is accidental, promotes aggressive or even toxic masculinity, and even uses men's achievements to exonerate, excuse, and or deny the impact of their behavior. The qualitative research approach, aided by an exploratory design, will be deployed to explore this phenomena under investigation. And the influence of religion and culture on gender-based violence in Mankweng area will be explored. The data will be collected from Mankweng community members, and this is one of the inclusion criteria. It will only be the residents of Mankweng. This will be done through applications of semi-structured interviews and focus group discussions, and about 15 participants will be purposefully sampled, and inductive thematic content analysis will be used to analyze data. South Africa before independence had a substantial male population who were engaged in a military context where black men were absorbed into the liberation struggle. They were furthermore taught violent behavior as a legitimate means of resolving a conflict. A culture of masculinity of being tough, aggressive, brutal, and competitive was also promoted, and this is how the culture of violence in men was initiated. Rape crisis suggests that every person in South Africa, the entire nation, was affected by apartheid in one way or the other. Although South Africa gained its independence in 1994, but despite a peaceful change from apartheid to a democratic country that it is now, unfortunately, gender-based violence, including rape cases, continue to rise. These legacies, coupled with an intersection of patriarchal traditions based on religious and cultural norms, has taught women and children of all races and of all classes to be subordinate to violence, even in sexual relationships. According to Oak, there is no history of gender-based violence in any African culture. It is also well known that throughout history, women can just be as violent as men. So if you want to, we will show you. So Oak furthermore emphasizes that what is true, however, is the fact that there is an undeniable connection between religion and the oppression of women. The more widespread religion is in a society, the more frequent incidents of gratuitous violence against women occur. Indeed, in less societies, there is less documentary evidence of violence against women than in societies where religion is dominant. To put it blatantly, a majority of men in this country have had a reason at one point or the other in their relationship, in their marriage, to hit, slap, shove, or verbally insult their spouse at home out of anger without even thinking twice. And to my surprise, bodily harm or physical harm of any kind inflicted on anyone by another person is actually unlawful and carries severe penalties. But what makes this so tragic is that there is a widespread acceptance of the occasional use of violence in relationships as a routine, and it is deemed as not a big deal by both the giver and the recipient. In fact, it is so usual that it happens outdoors and even during daylight. However, when this happens, people are so quick to find out what is it that the woman could have done to upset the man in order for her to receive that beating. So in Sepedi, we have proverbs or idioms where we say, "Mosadi o tshwara thipa ka bogaleng," and this is translated to, "A woman grabs a knife by the blade." Lebitla la mosadi ke bogadi, which is translated to, "A woman's grave is at her in-laws." Not only are these proverbs demeaning, but oppressive and continue to encourage patriarchy. Going on to religion, religion plays a big role in people's lives, and many of the decisions people make are influenced and guided by their religious practices. Religion can often help people to improve themselves and improve the lives of others. On the contrary, it may seem that religion can do quite the opposite by inducing people to become violent. On one hand, a woman experiencing domestic violence may feel that she must endure the abuse or rend her sacred commitment because her marriage vows were taken before God. There is now a legitimate fear that should she say something about her being violated in her marriage or wherever, she now fear that her denomination will not believe her and that the community will swear allegiance to her abusive partner. This becomes particularly relevant in cases where the abuser is perceived as an upstanding and committed member of the religious community, such that parishioners would have difficulty in associating that abusive behavior with someone of whom they hold such positive impression on. This becomes even more difficult when the perpetrator is a religious leader. Now, I had to pull out the scripture. Do we have a pastor in here? Okay, so we have Ephesians chapter 5 verse 22, which says that it says, "Wives are commanded to submit to their husbands as they would to Christ." And funny enough, at residence, you even find, I think one of the speakers spoke about it, that women would be cooking for their boyfriends, all in the name of, "I'm being a good girlfriend and I have to submit to my boyfriend." But this is drastically taken out of context and misinterpreted. This specifically applies in marriages and not in relationships, social or any employment context. And it stipulates, it doesn't mean that you should do those things that you have to do. You have to begazela, they need to clap you and you're like, "Mono ki file ki modimo." No. It stipulates that wives are to show love to their husbands regardless of whether they feel their husbands deserves it. And it's reciprocal. Not only women are supposed to feel like this, it's reciprocal. Though it's difficult at times, but this was the biblical ideal. It should be noted and made clear that this deals with marriage itself and not abuse. Nowhere in the teachings does it command a woman to keep herself and children available for abuse. And since this study is in progress, it is expected that the outcome shall explore the influence of religion and culture on gender-based violence in Mankweng area, and the findings will display that culture and religion is used to justify gender-based violence by evoking traditional beliefs and practices about how women and girls should be treated. It is concluded and recommended that there should be increased efficiency and responsiveness of an act of gender-based violence. Awareness campaigns can be done to encourage community members to work towards an equalization in all communities where everyone is equal and neither patriarchal nor matriarchal society is prioritized. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Miss Mamabolo. Can we please give her another round of applause? I think we are all waiting eagerly to see your study finalized because from some of the suggestions you've made, it will certainly expose a lot of areas where people who have religious leanings adopt then an abusive perspective on how relationships are to be managed. In your presentation, I think one of the key points you made is how studies find that the most widespread religion is in a community, the greater the prevalence of violence against women. And I think that shocked me because like you also juxtaposed, religion and spirituality is supposed to bring one peace and bring peace among men and women, and yet it seems that it is doing the opposite. You spoke on the fact that violence in our context is taught as a way of resolving conflict just based on where we come from as a country and how that then still plays itself out today. And then I really liked your reference to some of the proverbs, sayings that we use and we don't realize how they are normalizing and even condoning the violence that women are subjected to in relationships. And then finally, I think you started touching on, and I think this is the part of the study I'm really interested in, how women who are religious navigate abusive relationships. On the one hand, there are certain references in the scripture that would suggest that ubegezele, because this is a vow made before God. But I think at the end you're saying actually that may not be the full picture. So I think that finding will be most interesting when it is finally out. So thank you again for sharing your work with us. Our last presenter or presentation for this panel before I open it up for what will hopefully be a very dynamic engagement session is by Dr. Nightingale Makola and Dr. Gillian Mrubula Ngwenya from the University of Limpopo. And they are having a conversation about izingoma in Limpopo province on the contributions of love portion to intimate partner violence in South Africa. Or portion, I'm not sure. Portions, okay. Thank you so much. Can we just welcome them with a round of applause?
All right. Good afternoon to everyone in attendance of the conference. Wow. My name is Dr. Nightingale Lulu Makola. Usually prefer to be called Lulu instead of Nightingale because people get it wrong all the time. Then my colleague Dr. G.S. Gillian Samukezi Mrubulangwenya. We're both from the University of Limpopo. I'm in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, and she is in the Department of Cultural and Political Studies. I think the presentation issue, we deliberated too much on it, but we felt, maybe this is something that is worth conversating about instead of just, the normal way of doing things. It's quite I'd like to say a controversial topic, but hey, that's why we're here. The study in itself, the title says Conversations with Izangoma in the Limpopo province in the Limpopo province, and here we're trying to look into, contributions of love portions to this problem that we have, the gender-based violence, also intimate partner violence. We get a lot of, we always hear about economic struggles, how men and women are constantly fighting over money. If they're not fighting over money, it's, cultural issues, things that we already know. But we never really actually tap into this African, spirituality part. That, considering how society is changing, it's something that is worth, looking into. And also, maybe let me state that this is also still an ongoing study. We're also going to look into other districts as well. In Limpopo, at the moment, we only looked into 2 districts, which is the Capricorn district and Mopani district. Also, the reason for, the thought around ikorobela, love portions, is that, right now in academia, we know there's this, there's been a discourse and arguments around, decolonizing academia, content, programs, as well as trying to bring into, indigenous knowledge, IKS systems into the curriculum. So what better way to start it, around such topics? Maybe let me just take you back a bit and say, love portions initially were used, it's not something that was not used. I'm not going to say it's a new thing. It has always been there. The problem now is the change in use, and attributed to social changes, cultural changes, the quest for independence, entitlement of, women's bodies, men's bodies, entitlement over somebody's love. They've got to love me, they've got to take me. And they, basically, entitled. Our forefathers, though, and Prof, I cannot go that deep into it as yet. We'll talk later. You're the man. Like you take the cup. So yes, we know traditionally these practices were, were undertaken because, it was between a husband and a wife, and mostly maybe even with polygamous marriages. The man would go and seek assistance, traditional help, in order to make sure that his household is not threatened. The 2 wives can actually live together in peace. And then they can have peace and harmony within the household. Couples as well would go to, to seek traditional assistance, or rather follow traditional routes in order to maintain and to strengthen the bond that they have for each other. So it has positive influence. But with the changes that are taking place, with, the breaking within the family system as we know it, we find that, cultural patterns are dissipating. People are becoming less, less valuing of their own spirituality and in the intentions of the practices of their cultures. So now it's no longer about, I want to make sure that my house is peaceful. I want to make sure that, let me not say in all, but some are about, it's no longer about, I want to stay with this man forever. And I'm aware that there's a lot of things that can happen that can, put us apart. But at least if we do these rituals, I am certain and safe, and my family is safe. But currently, the new wave with the popular culture, you find women and sometimes men, they no longer consult as couples. The man goes alone, the woman goes alone, and then the other partner is unaware of what is actually happening. They just realize that the behavior is changing, and I feel drawn to this person. I don't know why. All the while they came to Gogo Lulu. He came to Gogo Lulu, and Gogo was like, look, take this, birth with this. I mean, you've seen it as young students. You see this even on social media, how, pink water, makanana vista, purple water, all those kind of things, bega minangetwa, and yes, you even, you are up to date. Gogo Maweni, I heard someone mention that. And we follow these practices without having knowledge, or rather a full knowledge of why. Now, Prof, what they are doing now, they are doing it for selfish reasons. I want to keep this man because I can see my man, he's handsome, he's moneyed, wherever he goes, women. And all himself does not lack, or rather lacks, discipline. So you want to impose it on that person. When the person finds out that you've done this, what do you think will happen? Because first of all, they became a zombie. It's a robot system being controlled. But anyway, I think you know what will happen. He gets angry, or she gets angry, that you literally manipulated their behavior into staying in a relationship they had no business staying in. So, yes, we had, interviews, focus groups with traditional healers from the Capricorn district. We had 9. In particular, we had 1 focus group and 4 semi-structured interviews. And what we could pick up, or the responses that we got, because one of the things is, we also want to establish that since this is now becoming a trend, are these traditional healers informing their clients about the repercussions of using korobela on someone? And, they informed us, that yes, we give them, but sometimes we don't inform them. We don't advise to say, be careful, because if you overdo it, or if you do this thing, you must be aware that now this person uzobheka wena wedwa. There's also a possibility, because ubheke wena wedwa, he doesn't want to work anymore. Yes. He doesn't want to work anymore. He's focused on you. Yawa? Hey. And also, he wants to go everywhere that you are going. And then you doing that, not being cognizant of the fact that one day you yourself might not want to be with this person anymore. What happens then? Okay, anyway. Yes, so sometimes they do give without explaining. Then it's a 50-50 chance. But their interest mostly is, amongst married women, rather married couples. It's easier to give a married couple than it would be somebody who comes as single. And now we've got this wave, because of this wave that is going on, you've got younger women and younger men going to consult because they want to, maybe the man is married, and then she loves this man. Then she uses korobela on this man, because this man is her ride or die, and this man is the only source of income, or rather my economic empowerment. The danger. Imagine using it on a married man. That's why you might be surprised, some of them, the women maybe who fell victims to these things will say, I don't even know what happened. Or if you ask the man, I don't know what happened. Something just came over me. When I looked at her, I just saw a beast. Mhm. Yes. So there is this change in the purpose of traditional medicine. All right, also, all healers, the participants in the study did agree that yes, for those of you maybe who were saying, but what are they saying? They're saying yes. Korobela, love potions, love spells do contribute to gender-based violence and intimate partner violence. It's not a question. It does. Because, and then also, another point that was raised is that the reason why, because we asked them, what do you think is the reason why these people would come and want this korobela? One, most of them, lack of acceptance. People are failing to accept that it is over. They are failing to accept that this person will no longer, the purpose for this person in my life is over. Entitlement, yes. They're forcing the relationship. If I can't love you, no one else can. Also for financial gains. One even gave an example about, a student, like when a young student came to Indaba and asked for muti because she wanted to use it on the school principal. Yes, to be loved, so that this school principal can take care of her financially. So all we're saying is that let's also look into these are the silent areas that nobody wants to talk about. And even healers themselves, we've never included, or rather let's say we hardly include them in these conversations. But we are their clients. People don't tell people anymore. Next thing you're just surprised someone kills someone and you're like, eh. Then after later you find out that no, there was, how did a man, a reputable man, strong as he is, leave his house? How did that woman walk away from all that beauty? Sam is korobela. So, they did not want to share with us the names of the korobelas, and also, even if they had shared them, I wouldn't share them. Because we don't know how many of you are really listening to learn or to go and practice. But yes, they just indicated that some of the korobelas and love potions are put in food. Some of it is usually transmitted sexually. Yes, they can drissa you sexually. And then you get ish. Yeah. So, because, the study is ongoing, or rather because there's still a lot that can come out of this, is that one of our way forwards is to, expand on the project. To see how many of our healers, can actually shed light on this GBV thing, this GBV problem, this IPV problem. What does society say? What role, is there a way of stopping this? Because sometimes, as a doctor, I would like to believe a client can come to you and say, I have this, and sometimes even letting them know of the repercussions, they still continue. So would we now say African spirituality or, African rituals are bad?
I wouldn't say that. It is only the purpose of the individual and the changes that are taking place in society that sometimes are actually forcing people to take these means. So I know probably we left you hanging there, but there's nothing I can do about that. We welcome, any suggestion, feedbacks on how we can expand further on the program so that probably next time when we come back, we will have more information for you. And then you are well aware of the dangers of Korobela. Before you start thinking that you love that person to death and whatever, ask yourself, could this probably be? Before you kill that woman, seek traditional assistance. Go for whatever counseling that it is that you need to help you to let go and to be able to problematize whatever it is that you find yourself in, so that you also become an active member in fighting off this gruesome acts against women and men. And most especially women. If your time is over, if they show you you are not welcome, walk away, stay away from Makanana Vista. Thank you.
Wow. I think the beauty of interdisciplinary spaces like this is just how different perspectives and dimensions to a very complex issue like gender-based violence are brought to the fore. So I would just like to say thank you again to Dr. Lulu Makola and Professor Gillian Mrubula Ngwenya for your work that you're doing. And yeah, we are also interested to see the findings, the final findings. Dr. Lulu spoke about the fact that they have established that love potions have been a part of African approaches, and primarily in the context of unions, either polygamous or monogamous, to really strengthen the bond between the two people. But what has gone amiss is that people have now appropriated these practices to control. And really that issue of consent for me kept coming through, and how the lack of consent in a relationship that is supposed to be about love is at the heart of the problem. You spoke about the fact that now, because of this lack of consent, as opposed to it being the union coming to consult, the traditional leaders traditional healers that you've spoken to mentioned it's individuals, and they come with motives that are not right. Social media and its role in decontextualizing the purpose of love potions has exacerbated people wanting to use them. And then I think that that concluding remark around just the need to delve deeper so that we can see the role that African healers can play in addressing gender-based violence certainly hit home for me. So thank you very much, Dr. Lulu, for your input, and thank you so much as well to your co-author, Professor Gillian. Okay, look, I'm going to have a very hard time with the hands. So if you don't raise it in the first round, you may not get a chance. We heard from Prof. Sesanti, and we heard from Ms. Mamabolo, and now we've heard from Dr. Lulu. So questions to all three are most welcome. I think I will take the first 5, and then we'll do one more round, just because we had a keynote. Okay, I think I need help. Like my glasses, the light, I cannot see. So I see 1 hand, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we'll come to that section next. Okay? Please, can I ask, the contributions were powerful in and of themselves. If you've got a comment, just keep it very concise, but preference is for questions.
Good afternoon. Um, Chairperson, that complicates things even worse. It's difficult to ask a question without contextualizing.
So I think delve into the question. If we need the context, we can then maybe ask for it. Just to give, you saw the number of hands.
The question is in the comment, and I just want the speaker to respond. My colleague, Ms. Mamabolo, I'm from Limpopo as well, just to mention that, raised by my grandmother and my mother. So I'm a staunch supporter of equality, and I believe that women can do everything, most things, if not everything, that men can do. Be that as it may, Chairperson, I want to be controversial a little bit, because deep down I'm a traditionalist. And when we mention tradition, this was mentioned yesterday in the sessions that I attended, where traditional customs are said to perpetuate GBV and so on. The culture that I come from, for example, I'm a vendor man, and in my culture we believe that there are roles and responsibilities for men and women in society. For example, in every family, every household in the vendor culture, there's the regent aunt, Makazi, who makes all decisions for everybody in any setup and circumstances. That's the role, and that's how much we respect women. Now, to take African customs, proverbs sometimes, and take them out of context, which takes me back to what Prof was saying when he made remarks about share, that we need to reclaim our languages, because a lot is lost in translation, right? And I understand many of us didn't do our home language as first language, and we didn't understand. And now, as time goes, we're not teaching our own children their home language and explaining how these things. That Musa Zufara Rufanga nga ufirao, Musadi utwara tipaka mo muhali. If you go to my grandmother, she wouldn't explain it as a woman now needs to endure abuse in a household. The context was women are primary caregivers. And because of that, they are dealing with more sort of responsibilities in terms of taking care of that role of being a primary caregivers and looking after everybody. While the men are out there, men are risking their life every day, trying to provide for their families. In most cases, if you contextualize it back then, if they have to go hunting where there are lions and all of that, they're putting themselves at risk to feed their families. So I just want to say, when we talk about tradition and culture, let's not paint it as this negative thing, right? Let's say there are aspects of tradition and our African proverbs that are taken out of context and interpreted as some distorted as what they were not made to be.
Okay. No, thank you very much. The point is well made, and I will allow the speaker just to comment specifically on that proverb and whether there may be scope that it is misinterpreted. There was a hand behind you.
No, mine is more of a comment, and you said you prefer questions.
Maybe if there's a second round, we can come back for comments. Was there a question at the top there? And then we'll come down here. So just one question there and then come down.
Good day, everyone. My name is Indaba Gangi, and I'm a former peer educator, and now I'm currently an SRC member of District 6 campus. First of all, I would just say it's a point of compliment to all the speakers that just spoke. Nithethile ke sava. So yeah. And I would like to say, I'm gonna mix, I'm sorry, I'll have to mix this clause in English. To the point that was said by Miss yeah, to the point that she said that, to first the point of the Bible, that umfazi uyayithobela indoda. I think that's something that also contributes to GBV. And to the point whereby it's always said that kuyahlalwa emzini and umntu anyamezele emzini. That's another point that contributes to GBV. I would like us as singabafazi bama-2K ke, abe-20th century, that our mothers, nxa besiyala sisiya emizini, they should always tell us kuyahlalwa emzini uba kuyahlaleka mntanam, uba kuyabuyeka emzini buya. Because the thing is, enye into enyusa nje i-GBV, it's because nxa sisiya emizini, when you get married, when you're a Xhosa girl, your parents tell you that you should stay there, whatever, even if it's hard or even if it's smooth, you should stay there. Whereby our parents shouldn't tell us that. Our parents should always tell you that, Ngabagazi, whenever it's hard, come back. We will always welcome you at home. The thing is, some of them are staying in the houses because they are scared, because when they go back home, they're going to be gossiped by the community. Their parents are going to judge them, and actually our parents are always judging us. So, so the thing that we need to change as women, you should always tell your daughter, if your daughter is getting married, that whenever you want to come back, you're always welcome to come back home. Not this thing ba ingcoba lomfazi lisemzini. Ingcoba lentombi lisemzini. Ingcoba lentombi malibeke kontombi, because actually amantombi aya-abuswa kule mizi le endela kuyo. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Ngabakazi. Can we come down here? I think Brightness, there was a hand here, and then we'll come to the top there again.
Thank you. No controversy. Thank you. Mine is this. The VC said we must ask new questions. I've listened to everyone. We're talking about curriculum, recurriculating. Everyone believes that the student or scholars must do something. Entrepreneurship and. Isn't it that where the problem is? That we have become a doing society instead of the being society. And I want to bring it back to your language issue. How do we then inculcate the language beyond the speaking part, but bringing the culture that is embedded into the language? Because the challenge that we are currently having, I feel sorry for our kids. They have to learn anything and everything. Akazazi umtu. When do we begin to center our curriculum on the I, on the being, on knowing myself? Because if I know myself, I don't need to use a love potion. I know I'm a great being and I can be something. But if we don't know because we are driven by the external locus of control, then we have a problem. And hence I always say, the enemy is not outside, the enemy is within.
Okay. Okay, there was another hand. Yes, okay. Last one, and then we'll give the speakers a chance to respond. It's the lady here in front. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My question's to you, Lulu. Excuse me if this is clumsy, because it's just, I'm trying to interpret it obviously through a Western medicine lens, because that's been my experience. But my understanding is that there are health practitioners' councils for traditional medicines. And my understanding of what you said is that the love potions are traditionally prescribed in situations where a couple would come for that. So is it then not a violation of this on the part of the Sangoma who's prescribing these love potions to people coming in as single people, and how can that be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll give the speakers a chance to respond. Prof. Sasante, I know there was the question or the comment, Brightness, directed at you, but I think the first comment as well from the gentleman on the misinterpretation of culture to suggest sort of and infer violence or doing away with roles that have been central to how African societies have been arranged. If you have any comments on that.
my 2 minutes is up, just please tell me to shut up. Okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Sbongile, you know our ancestors, when you are as a child, the first thing that they tell you is unguban. And you begin to say this and this and ban. So what you are saying is that from the primary education in African culture is for a child to know oneself. And the knowing of oneself is not based on imaginations. It is based on philosophy. Our philosophy is unu ubuntu utu butu. And that philosophy says umtu ngumtu ngabantu. That we do not exist in isolation, such that our ethics, you'd be told that when you do a disgraceful thing, not only are you disgracing your individual self, but you are bringing the disgrace to the entire family. In the same way that when you do well, you are bringing honor and dignity to the entire family. And so I think I'm just going to say that. So therefore, what ours is to begin this, because you see, schooling destroyed our education. And it was a deliberate thing. These institutions of learning were never meant to build us as African people. They were meant to divest us of who we are, so that we will remain at all times mimics and blind fools to everyone in the world. So it is not an accident of history that throughout, wherever black people are, they are the doormats of society. And we males, because we are doormats to other men, we have then reduced our women to being doormats because we've got to feel better than our women. Since males like us, in our vulgar language, have tended, because we've been told that a woman is something to be fucked. And so because we know that a woman is something to be fucked, we are being fucked by white males, and in turn, we've got to fuck our women.
Thank you, Prof. The second question with the misinterpretation. Professor Sant, Lambuzo wesibini on a misinterpretation of culture.
No, absolutely correct. The brother is spot on. That's why I also don't want to take the credit. It's Sheikh Anta Diop who actually said that and because you see, especially in my language, they would say that ilobola aigqitywa. You don't complete giving. They misinterpret that. What is meant is that because this woman is joining your family as a male, she's going to build your family. So your giving of ikazi, which is the girl, can never be complete. You must also continue making a contribution to that house. Not only is this girl the daughter of that family, you too are the son to that family. So you've got to work for that and not take that woman as a slave into your household so that she can contribute, bring children here and all of that. You turn her into your slave. So the language then is, and it's very interesting. Chair, you did this to me. It's very interesting. Ikaya lentombazana likowayo. That's why in our culture traditionally, if ungumamchawe okanye umamzangwa, when you join the family of Amantande, your name does not change. This business of giving husbands names to their wives, it's not African. A woman continues to hold on to her ancestor's name because she belongs to her family at all times. Perhaps when we interrogate this business of ingwaba lisemzini, it's going to tell us something deeper. That there was something that was realized, that women, they leave their homes, amakhaya wabo, which are theirs forever. And when they get there and die and become buried. And that's why those households or families become their graves. Not necessarily that this thing is a thing that is being celebrated. And of course, you know, when they took us and then imposed their culture on us, we began to enjoy this ill-gotten privilege of getting our wives to take over our surnames, and we have the arrogance to name our children. When a child was born, it was born on the mother's side, and the first ancestors to which this child is introduced are the ancestors of the mother.
Sure. Thank you very much. Yes, yeah, Prof, you need a whole day to yourself with the depth. Can we get the feedback on your perspective on misinterpreting culture and the sayings particularly?
Oh, okay. Another lady, you made a submission. Thank you so much for the emphasis. My fellow colleague, I think this is going to be an ongoing argument if you're going to say, you may see it as it being interpreted, but there is also this other proverb that says, "Monna ke thaka wa naba." Do you know of it? So how, of course you do. So how do you interpret it when a person gets married and they are sitting there, they say, "Monna o mosadi o tshwara thipa ka bogaleng, monna ke thaka wa naba." Like, you just have to accept all of those things, and they're not even being interpreted on the floor. They're just telling you that this is how things are supposed to be done. So unless if you want to explain it in terms of how the people that receive it interpreted, then okay,
We
will
can take it
explain
offline. Thank you very much. And then Dr. Lulu, the Health Professions Council that should be regulating for people in traditional medicine, and yeah, if you can speak to that question, please.
Oh, okay. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
I just wanted to do that. Sorry. A question. Your question, right? Traditional healers are also regulated. They are traditional. I know of one. Traditional healers organization. I think there's quite a number, but I think we are all not joined to one, like, your medical professionals. But nonetheless, they are regulated. And then on the second question, what do they do when there's only one person that comes? Others refuse to assist, and refer to the client, or please come back with your partner, because I can only do this if there's the two of you. And unfortunately also, I don't know how to put it. I did not want to bring in, the issue of, but I know you're a fan of capitalism and stuff. You've raised this question, or not a fan, rather you don't like it. So I think also because of, these economic changes, people are slowly, or rather healers, some healers are slowly, getting out of the role of being a healer into somebody that just wants money. So I think that's what happens. And then a solution to that, that's why I say, let me refer to one that I know, the traditional healers organizations. There are rules, there are regulations. They know they're not supposed to do those things, but again, because of money, they just do it, and then we find ourselves back to square one.
Thank you so much. We are out of time, and the facilitator during the next session, I think, is very eager to get going. It is supposed to be a tea break now. I did see some hands though. So what do you think, Clement? 2 more questions or comments, or are we ready to go with the discussion on the book? Take it. Okay. I beg your pardon? Okay, so I take that as a permission to take the last, no, okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much to our keynote address, Professor Sesanti, and our 2 panelists and your co-authors for the amazing work that you're doing on considering gender-based violence from a spiritual, cultural, and all the social elements that sometimes go ignored within the academy. I've got a very small token of appreciation for Professor Sesanti from the organizers of the conference. Prof. Okay, so I now call up our facilitator for the final session, Mr. Clement Madasane from the Research Directorate, and he's going to be talking about the publication of a book based on the presentations. Thank you so much. Please can we give Clement a warm welcome. Can someone help with the...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In our language, we say "tumiriso haifeli." In our language, you don't stop greeting the elders. And again, I just want to say to all the senior management, the guests, the students, the staff, and all that we are here, good afternoon. Hey. You know, when you come to the last session of a program, it's more like you have to actually stand up, and if I was a comedian, I wish I could tend to be, so that I can bring back life that people have. But my name is Clement Matasani. Those who used to, well, Scott, but I'm Clement Matasani. I'm the research manager for the Research Directorate under the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Technology, Innovation, and Strategic Partnership. Prof, you have talked about culture. There's been words of Ubuntu. There's been words of our diversity. And when you reflect from the beginning of the sessions, the VC brought the visions, the DVCs, all the participants are here. And also on today, most speakers or facilitators that were facilitating, they all have this profile. To be honest, I don't know where to start, because all the processes, we call them, must have a closed loop. I'm a CPUT alumna. I've done and I studied here. I've got master's degree. And I left CPUT. I went to work at NRF, to work at DUT, UJ, and I left. I worked in Africa. I was the assistant director of research in University of Botswana for 5 years. And I left. I went to School of Public Health in US, Boston. I did my management for grants there. I stayed, and I went to Indianapolis in Ball State University. I did my research fellowship there to develop the online scholarship and management. That is currently being used at UKZN right now. The system under College of Health Sciences was developed by myself and my peer, Prof. Chimbare. So in terms of research profile, you can go to Google Scholar. You can go to ResearchGate. You can go to LinkedIn. You can go to academia. You can go to ORCID. So I don't want to talk much, but what is the scholarly book? The reason why I'm bringing this is to think of the profiling of an academic when it comes to talk about scholarly. So let's simplify it. Scholarly is data. In simple terms, it's an entry point. But when you talk about publishing, it means it's the access. When I come here and I was invited to be the facilitator of this, I said, wow, I wish they should have given me to be the first facilitator, and all this research about the GV3 should have been the baseline. Prof has mentioned that when you get married, you join two families. This side, there is a man. I just want to use basic language. English is my second language. Umama, Obaba, from the male side. Same from the female side. Meaning there are 4 pillars. If you build a mansion, you cannot have the mansion without the structure. I want to reflect all this. We are coming to close this. Similarly, when you talk about this violence, gender, inequality, sitting as myself reflecting on who am I? Where do I come from? What am I doing? But from the research perspective or from the scholarly perspective is, what are the social aspects or what are the data access that we should have to use to address this? There is culture. But one of the key aspects is also the indigenous knowledge system. That field also need to be tapped in. And I know that Mr. Mtunzi, when you come here, you're going to give us broad of that, and we'll have more engagements. But as a facilitator, the question is, what are we doing on the study about the GB thing? Just to give a background from the research directorate, how do we strengthen? I think the challenge is also to, when I say closed loop, somebody said, but in that demo, two service come say, meaning, don't you see your wife or your woman or girlfriend or partner, she's falling. Instead of pulling her back or calling her, you leave her and you watch. You want to see the results. And this is the psychology of people. In studies, I'm a scientist by profession, I'm an engineer. In each and every engineer process, there is an input, there is a data in, and there is output. But there is a closed loop. Closed loop is the feedback. There's been monitoring and evaluation that all speakers have talked about, and that is a critical point, because you will know the actions that you have put, you have a data, you have got access into it, and you can use it. And that will be able to help us to improve. But how would you do it? In research, in scholarly, you need people, you need money, you need infrastructure, you need resources. So from our office, we provide funding, training, engagement, support, data sharing, collaborations and linkages, research cohesion and integration. So by that, we have that concept of that. So Mr. Mtunzi, please, you are welcome to come and talk to us, and so that you can hear more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay. I understand that when you come here, you have to provide your CV as well. Mine is actually quite short. I am a publisher currently, or some people call it a commissioning editor. So we use those names, those titles interchangeably. I'm a publisher for Human Sciences Research Council Press, which is, our offices are in Cape Town. I've been a publisher with them for like 6 years now. But my background is mathematics education. So I've been a publisher of school books. I've been a publisher of university textbooks. And then now I'm a publisher of scholarly books. Okay. I'm from ADSRC, which is a statutory research agency That means that we are partly funded by the state. So currently that is the focus of our research, of researchers, which is about the BRICS labor survey. And currently they are busy working on the anniversary of Langa. As you know, that Langa was established about 100 years ago. And then the last one is about the 30 years of democracy, which is going to be our last of that. That's the mandate. I'm not going to bother you with that. That's the mandate of HSRC. So as the press, we basically are the arm of HSRC, and we also have what we call open access. We're an open access publisher, which means if an academic publishes with us, our books are available for download for free. So, and some of the books that we publish are from the from HSRC itself, but we publish about 20 books a year, but you would find that there are only about two books that are from HSRC, and the rest are from academics throughout the country and outside. We have what is called a 55% acceptance rate of proposals. So what happens is lecturers or academics would actually publish, send a proposal for acceptance, and only about 55% of those would be accepted. And if your proposal gets accepted, it's about 99% of it going to be published. Okay. We publish mainly for humanities and social sciences. And the way that we publish, as I said, you submit a proposal. The proposal gets submitted to me as the gatekeeper. Some academics don't like me. And also, I think the joy is when I reject a proposal from my former lecturer. It gives me the joy. It's like, wow. You know, sometimes when you have been publishing for years and you just know that your book is going to be published, you just write a page or two and thinking that it's going to go through, but no, not with Mtunzi. What we do also, because of the demands from what is this? The HET. We have a process called a double-blind peer review. So, meaning that the person who submits a proposal will then develop a manuscript when the proposal is approved. When the manuscript is approved, we will then send that proposal to two reviewers. All right? Those reviewers are not supposed to know who the authors are. Okay? Because there is something in academia. I used to teach at UCT, so I know people about TIFFs. So people who write about your subject and they write a manuscript, you get angry because they wrote before you, and then now you reject their work. So, we have to try to make sure that the names of the authors are not known by the reviewer, and the author does not know who reviewed their work. Sometimes it's not easy because you go to similar conferences, you know who has written something. In those cases, we have to make sure that you have to sort of sign a sort of a contract to say, even though you know the person, you will be objective to the work. And some people do not actually take on the work because they know the person. We also have the local and international marketing program. I think you have seen outside, we have a table from Blue River. So those are the agents that we use locally. And then for America or whatever, which is outside of Africa, basically, we use Lynn Reiner Publishers to market and sell our books outside of Africa. And sometimes what we do is we collaborate with other foreign publishers. That is what we consider as kind of as a broad definition of what a scholarly book is. It's a well-informed, skilled, original, and systematic investigation undertaken in order to gain reliable new knowledge and understanding. The one of the things that make our book, one's proposal not be successful is the part about new knowledge that is being offered by the book. So new knowledge that you offer, it can be anything. It can be your methodology that you're offering. It can be your literature that you're offering. It can be your design that you're offering. It can be your research methods that you are offering. It does not have to be new knowledge as new knowledge, because let's face it, to have something original, it's a dream. So it's not necessarily possible. So, and you would do, when you develop your research, do similar things as you do when you do your master's or PhD thesis, which is basically those. Okay. When you are preparing your proposal, it's important to say what you are including and what you are excluding. You need to, and also to say the reasons why. Remember also that we have, not remember, we have a board, right? We have a board of, an editorial board of about 10 academics that are from South Africa and abroad and outside. They may know about the work that you're doing. I remember when I was teaching at Rhodes, one of my students had actually taken my work that I'd published, word for word, and I said, actually, it is from page so-and-so of my book. It's actually sometimes said that you would see that in a book and it's not even acknowledged that someone else has also done the work before you. Okay? And one of the things that you need to provide is the various chapters for your book. Not in full, but you can provide an abstract. But what's important is that you have an introduction at least, which is a draft and almost complete. I know some people usually write the introduction at the end, but it's important because there has been quite a number of people, for example, that have completed their PhDs and they want to convert that into a book. They've finished their thesis, they want to convert that into a book. In a book, there is no methodology chapter, right? In a published book, you don't have a literature review chapter. So all of those things become part of the introduction. Okay? So when the board sees that and they say, oh, he's only converting, and you can see with the writing that instead of saying this research, it says this book. So it's basically a cut and paste. So that will not go very well with the board. It's important also to provide a rationale of why you actually went through that research study, as you would do with your thesis. A scholarly book is basically an academic writing to another academic. So we don't offer, we don't accept user manuals on how to go about making sure that GBV, blah, 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 in your institution. So that will not go well. It's about evidence-based research. That the part of evidence is important because it is not something that you just sit and think that it's something that you can write off the cuff. So these are some of the issues that you need to consider. Your conceptualization of your project, whether it's coherent, the style, especially if it's an edited volume, it's important that the style of the different contributors in the book is consistent throughout. And a strong analytical introduction chapter. One of the things that the board is not required to have is 2 chapters, but they often ask, the proposal is nice, but we need to see how this person has demonstrated what they have done in at least 2 chapters. So you need to get a sense, we need to get a sense of what it is that you are articulating in there. That's the normal bio. And with your bio, it's important also to mention that it is, we are the first publisher to be considering your proposal, instead of sending it to other publishers, because otherwise publishers talk. We have a Publishers Association. So now we know that Brightness has also sent the same proposal to Vets Press and whatever, so we will know. So in a way, you have to also provide a synopsis of your proposal, which I'm not going to bother with that, because if you are interested, you will get a document that explains all of those things if you want to publish with us. And also important that you work out on how your title is going to be, so to help you focus. Someone mentioned Black Academic Voices. This is one of our books that we feel proud about. And this book was tentatively rejected by the board, but it became one of our bestsellers at the end. Because what the board tends to do, they see the potential and they say, let's actually help these people in thinking about how to think about the concept or theory or whatever it is that they want to do. This one is about connected lives, which it's one of the books that we have about family. And this is my proud baby on language, culture, and decolonization. This one looks at, if you want to look at the concept of decolonization, and there's another one that I didn't include, which was by Siseko Khumalo, who's a young scholar who's now at Harvard. And this is our last publication so far, and it looks at labor struggles, which looks at the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, which is before some of us were born. One of the things that as an author you need to consider is basically who is going to be reading your work and how you intend to market your work. Because as an author, you also have a responsibility to market your own work as well. And sometimes people add chapters that they have published before from other journals, and they contribute that into the work. We need to know who holds copyright in that material, and so that we can apply for copyright. Please note that for a book to be approved, a manuscript to be approved at HSRC, HSRC has got an obligation to publish it. But if, for example, you have some spare funds in your unit or in your account, you can also assist in by subsidizing the production of your book, so that the price of the book makes it accessible for a normal reader. So we encourage that as well. Okay. As I said earlier on, what we have is a peer review process. And basically the peer review process is to make sure that we evaluate the merit of the manuscript. And that is a requirement from Department for Higher Education and Training. And also after the book is published, what I do as a publisher is I'll write a letter to you confirming that you have published a book with us, and this was the process, and this is, and the board has approved it or anything like that. So that letter is the letter that you would take to DHET so that you can get subsidy towards your research fund. We do not offer a we do offer a contract, but we don't have royalties at HSRC. We publish because the material that or the content that you're providing is good. We don't expect any money from the author either to make sure that the book is published. So you don't have to pay for subvention fees to publish with us. Yeah. And amen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mthunzi Nkawe. And colleagues, that's the scholarly, that's how we regard the HRC as one of the key pillars of the national and government agenda in terms of higher education. So I think we need to give another hands of applause for that. Before we going to call Memarala for the way forward, I think we have just a few minutes of engagement, and then we can move to a way forward. Let's see. I think, is there any hand on the floor? Okay. There is one here on the second row.
Thank you very much. My name is Susanna Gwala. I'm from the media department. Did I understand you correctly? Were you saying that you do not publish theses, even if they are maybe restructured, or what was the point around thesis, and how would you advise somebody who wants to turn their PhD into a book?
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. We do publish theses that are converted into book. So we have, what I do then is I will help you in terms of making it look like a book instead of being because we don't want to, there are so many theses around, so they need to be seen as scholarly, not as theses.
Thank you.
Sorry. Similarly, as I told the organizers of people that invited me to come, is that we also don't publish conference proceedings, but we publish papers that have been worked on from conference proceedings.
Thank you so much. I think just to close this so that we move to the next session. From the Research Directorate, Mr. Mthunzi, I think by you being here, you are going to be our facilitator in one of our research writing retreats workshop. I will engage you out of this, and I really appreciate the work you're doing. And this is very good. It's not only on research, because he's really on editing, proofreading, and us who are towards completing our masters or mini thesis, PhDs and such, we can actually reach out and be able. And he has mentioned about the open access. That is very critical, because this is where the research scholar is moving. And most of important, he mentioned about gatekeeper. This is not only on research. There are policies around, and there are guidelines that are established. This is to align ourselves in the processes. And the agencies we mentioned about publishing, and it's very good to publish because there is research incentives. There is subsidy from the DHET, and I saw the DHET colleagues here, but they are not here. But thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mthunzi Nkawe. We are now moving to our last session, which will be a way forward. And I want to call Ms. Kuselwa Marala, and she is the acting director for Center for Diversity, Inclusive and Social Changes. So thank you so much. Let's welcome her.
Just close. Nkosi. My name is Kuselwa Dintombi kaDuze uNtshangasi. Ndilizotshokazi uMangutyana. Ndizalwa nguMadlamini intombi kaNcume uGengeshe ophoswa. My portfolio at CPUT has been given to you. I'm not going to go into my CV. Suffice to say that I am a former employee of CPUT, and I've been deputy director for deputy registrar for academic administration, as well as acting registrar at a certain point in time. I will go about my business for the session, which is pointing out a way forward post the conference. You will have noted that right at the corner there, we have my colleague Mike. He is compiling a report on the proceedings of this research in Indaba. So there will be a formal report that is written, and it will be available for reading when it is available. The process moving forward. As Mtunzi has already indicated, the proceedings of the conference will not be published as they are. There's still work to be done, which means that the presenters who would like to have their academic papers published in the scholarly book will need to convert their presentations into academic papers. And these will be peer-reviewed before they go into the book. And through the process of peer reviewing, naturally, but we are hoping the work will be such that all can be accepted to be of good enough quality to go into the scholarly book. So there is a process then that will be put by CPUT. Guidelines will be shared with those interested in having their work published. We will provide the timelines, so there will be further communication relating to processes moving forward, so that we end up with a scholarly publication. Because as you will have noted in the objectives of the research in Indaba, this is an endeavor to try to contribute to knowledge, information, knowledge generation in this specific area, so that there can be further academic discourse in the matter. And the book, therefore, is trying to support that key objective and output that we would like to see as a product of our engagement in these last 2 days. We will be partnering as CPUT and holding writers' retreat so as to support people in the finalization of the papers to be in a standard that will be acceptable. So primarily then that charters the way forward, and we are hoping that we will be able to move together with excitement and the energy that we have put into the presentations and come up in the end with the product that is going to inform further academic discourse around the matter. So then you can expect communication from our center, which will be outlining the processes, and we are indeed working with the HSRC Press so as to be able to attain our goals in this particular research endeavor. I now move forward to the next session, which is the thank you. In the program, it is Professor Adreki Heiswema. I am not Professor Adreki Heiswema. However, I'm standing in for her as she's involved in another meeting, so she tenders her apologies. Indeed, we would like to thank you profusely for having responded to the call for the papers, because without your response, we would not have had this research endeavor. And we thank also our partners who agreed to walk this road with us so that we are able to talk even about a scholarly book. We thank the management of the university for having supported the vision that came out from the center, so that we can, as the center that is looking at diversity, inclusivity, and social change, look at some of the areas that needed to be focused on. And in this particular instance, we identified the gender-based violence. So we thank management for supporting that view and putting in the necessary resources in terms of rands and cents, as well as dedicating their time and spending the whole of yesterday with us up to the very last session that we had in the evening. We truly feel that it is a sign that they are committed and putting actions to words by showing up when they are needed to. Furthermore, we acknowledge our SRC and all our students of CPUT at large for their contributions, participating in the deliberations by rendering the beautiful music that we heard from our choir, by also the drama that we had last night. It was all beautiful. You made us look very good. A special thanks also goes to our guest speakers who took time off, put in their intellectual capital, and contributed to giving life into our research endeavor. And all our presenters, we truly appreciate you for all the energy and the time and being available and making contributions in this process. Facilitators, thank you. We truly do also thank you for availing yourselves and participating as well. Our colleagues at MCD, they supported us with the marketing of the Indaba and all the IT support and technology, and linking us up with having a YouTube running live covering our proceedings. And that goes to our IT colleagues as well. And I thank everybody, the venue organizers, and we thank our cleaners, we thank our protection division, we thank our health services. We had an ambulance on standby. We had medical services around. By God's grace, we did not need to use the ambulance. And for that, we are most grateful. And we thank the caterers as well, who kept us well fed and gave us the energy from the nutrition that we received. In the event of having left out anybody that I needed to thank, I apologize. But our team, I think I need to acknowledge them publicly. The organizing team of this event, colleagues, thank you very much for your support. We pulled together as a team, and therefore we are most grateful for that. Thank you. That is my task. You can close. Colleagues, please let me remind you again, thank you for the reminder. We had requested that the evaluation forms must be left at the registration tables as you leave. It is critical that you do that so that we are able to evaluate and be able to improve when we have to host further research Indabas or any other activities. So we really do need your input, critique us, praise us as we need be. Thank you. Okay, not closed yet, but just a second to say we thank you and we officially close the research Indaba. Thank you.